Hello. Uh, Hello. Dr. Pawan Sharma sir is traveling. I think there is network issue. So may I request Professor Madan sir to continue with?
आप म्यूट हैं, आप म्यूट
हैं। अग्निहोत्री जी प्रणाम, डोमा जी नमस्कार, विष्णु प्रसाद जी प्रणाम जी. We are very happy to be here with everybody on this event, and thanks to Pawan ji for bringing us all together. We have a very fascinating event today about, abbreviated in Pawan ji's poster title as Buddhism and the role of Buddhism in India's, in how it has helped evolve India's health care systems over the millennia. And we are very fortunate to have two speakers here with us. And I want to invite both speakers to this platform. I take this opportunity to invite Vishnu Prasad ji to open the event today. Thank you. Vishnu Prasad ji, pranam ji.
Please, आप भी mute है.
Please.
Acha. Yes. Thank you. Good evening. Namaskar to everybody. Respected Professor Dr. Madan Thangavandi, respected Professor V.K. Agnihotri ji, Dr. Pawan Kumar Sharma, eminent speaker, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have a webinar on health strategy from Buddhism. It is an important subject. We have an eminent speaker, Professor Dr. Bimalendra Kumar from Varanasi, Benares Hindu University, and Dr. Narendra Dr. Tiwari from Nalanda. I welcome all the eminent speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to this evening webinar on health.
Thank you, Vishnu Prasad ji. Thank you so much. We welcome all to the 382nd webinar in our platform. As Pamanji has mentioned in several previous occasions, we are fortunate to have recognition around the world for the largest number of seminars and conferences, web conferences that we've done. And we welcome all to the event. We're very fortunate to have Bimalendra Kumar ji here with us. Bimalendra ji is professor in the Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies at Benares Hindu University. Namaskar ji. Thank you for joining us today. And we also have our second speaker, Dr. Narendra Tiwari ji, who is the associate professor in the Department of Sanskrit at the Nalanda Mahavihara in Nalanda. And welcome ji, Narendra ji, namaskar. Thank you for joining us today. We're very happy to have both of you here with us. Just before we started the program, I was discussing with Bimalendra ji that a lot of India's, what we call today the Ayush systems, the scholarship for much of this is founded on our darshanas, and clearly Buddhism is one of the 9 established darshanas. And within the Buddhist period, we can see a lot of scholarship, and that cumulative scholarship was encouraged by many rulers at that time, extending all the way to the time of Emperor Ashoka, and prior to that. There are locations in India, particularly around Andhra Pradesh today, or Telangana, Andhra Pradesh today, and all the way into Madhya Pradesh, where there was a extensive Buddhist influence, and the scholarship in locations around Ujjain or around Vidisha and so many other locations. And out of this scholarship comes some approach to look at health and well-being. And just before we started in discussions with Professor Kumar, I was saying that the Nagarjuna, there's many Nagarjunas, but as far as Ayurveda and Ayush systems are concerned, there is one Nagarjuna in particular who was also Rasa scholar. And Nagarjuna, the second Buddha, as he's always known, also gave the world an understanding of health. What are the signs and symptoms, if you want to use the word symptoms there, about health. And he gave us 15 signs and symptoms for good health. And they're labeled today as the Panchadasha Prakara. And he then describes different lakshanas. And I hope I'll be able to share this as we go into our talk, the 15 signs of lakshanas of good health. And these lakshanas, in today's terminology, would equate to many aspects of physiology. There are many aspects of physiology that correlate to good sleep, good digestion, etc., the 15 lakshanas. All of this came out of that continued scholarship in the Buddhist traditions. So with those few words, we are delighted to have two eminent scholars here with us, and we look forward to learning from them as we go along. I request Professor Kumar, our first speaker, to present and to share with us his thoughts. Kumarji, namaskar.
Namaskar.
There is some problem with your video, Ji. Oh, no, that's much better. We can see you. And
So,
Bimalendra Ji, your
yes.
audio, can we hear a few words? Welcome to the platform, Ji. The floor is all yours. If you have a presentation or if you have something you want to share on the screen with us, please share the screen when you are ready. But our audience always like to know a little more about our speakers. So I leave it to you in a few words to introduce how you came into Pali studies, how you came to BHU, where were you before this? It's just a kind of icebreaker, just to know a little bit more about yourself. And the other thing I want to say is that our videos, our presentations are recorded and archived. So whatever you can do to improve the quality of the image or audio, then we will appreciate that very much. Our standard procedure is that we generally try and close the program by about 8:30, 8:45, and it goes on sometimes till about 9 o'clock. But we are only two speakers today, so I hope we'll be able to meet our deadline. When we have more speakers, it sometimes goes on, depending on the quality and the veracity of the discussions. It sometimes goes on till 10 o'clock, but I'm sure we won't go that late today. So with those few words, Bimalendra Ji, the floor is yours. We look forward to hearing a little bit about yourself and the message that you're going to share with us today. Thank you again for being with us today. Namaskar Ji.
Thank you very much, Dr. Binetti Ji. First of all, it is indeed a matter of great privilege, as well as I feel myself proud and honored to get associated with this international interdisciplinary research institute, as well as skills also. And this Ayush Samriddhi. So I am very much thankful to this organizing committee, especially to our Dr. Madan Thangaveluji, Dr. Professor Vishnu Prasad Sarmaji, as well as Dr. Pawan Sarmaji, and Agrohotriji, who is also joining this program, and all the members who have joined online. So Thank you very much for joining this international webinar on health strategy from Buddhism. First of all, I begin with myself. I belong to a district, Darbhanga, Bihar, and I did my graduation from Lalit Narayan Mitra University, Darbhanga, and then I switched over to Delhi University to join the Department of Buddhist Studies there to learn Pali language literature from respective teachers in the year 1981 to 83. So I started learning from our great teachers from Delhi University, and I did a MA, MPhil, PhD from Delhi University from the Department of Buddhist Studies, having a specialization in Pali language and literature, especially Abhidhamma philosophy. Then in the year 1991, I joined as a lecturer in the Department of Indo-Tibetan Studies, Visva-Bharati University, Santiniketan. I remained there for 7 years and was taking classes of Pali language literature as well as Tibetan language literature also, and taking classes of Buddhist philosophy. I joined as a lecturer in the Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies, Banaras University, in the year 1998. And then I became reader in 2000 and became professor in 2008. Since 2008, I am here as a professor. I worked as a head of the department twice in my department of Pali and Buddhist Studies. And I am associated with some of the organizations like Mahabodhi Society of India, Indian Society of Buddhist Studies, and other organizations related with our subject, as well as I am associated with the universities as well as university grant commissions, NTA, and other organizations related with Pali language literature. So I feel myself very much glad to get associated with this platform on AYUSH Samriddhi. And this is a very unique platform which I have got an opportunity to express some of my views that what the health strategy has been spoken by the Buddha himself available in Pali language literatures, and some of the things which have been also told by our Acharya Nagarjun in Madhyamaka Avatar or Madhyamakarika. So in a very brief manner, but my presentation will be limited only to Pali literature. Whatever I am going to present, this is going to be presented on the basis of Pali literature. You might be also be surprised that there is a text known as Bhesaj Manjusa, available only in Pali language literature. So this is the text of Bhesaj Manjusa, that is the casket of medicine. It was composed in the 13th century in Sri Lanka, and it was composed by the Acharyas of Sri Lanka, based upon the 8 treatises available on Ayurveda, mainly Ashtanga Hridaya Shastra, Charak Shastra, and other medicine texts which were available at that time. So based upon the 8 texts which were available in Sanskrit mainly, the Pali text named as Bhesaj Manjusa, it was composed in Sri Lanka, and it was composed in Pali language. Pali language is the standardized language in which the teachings of the Buddha have been compiled. And Magadhi was the language in which Buddha spoke to the common people in 6th century BC. So the language in which the etiology as well as therapeutic exercises or medicines which have been prescribed, it has been discussed in Bhesaj Manjusa. There are 62 chapters in Bhesaj Manjusa, and in the 62 chapters, all the systems, that is the Paddhati, here Panchadas Prakar, which Dr. Madan ji was discussing by Acharya Nagarjun. But here it has been given as a Paddhati, that is the system. And there are 62 types of Paddhatis or the systems through which etiology and therapeutic medicines have been discussed. So based upon this text and some of the things which have been spoken by Buddha himself in 6th century BC, available in Pali literature, I will present myself in the given time in a very brief manner so that I can cover all the aspects which have been discussed by our text. So this is Bhesaj Manjusa, not Bhusan Manjusa, but Bhesaj, that is the it is in Sanskrit Bhesajya, that is the medicines. So Manjusa is in the sense of casket. So I will discuss in a very brief manner about the text also. Very brief manner, what are the contents of this Pali text. But before come to my main topic, I will discuss that what is a health strategy, how Buddhism defines about the health strategy. So what we mean in Buddhism related with healthiness or the health strategy. So in a very brief manner, we'll discuss and then we'll come to the main point. As we know that Buddhism is a psycho-ethical thought and practice which takes a being from the state of suffering to the state of eternal bliss. Buddha says also that I preach only two things, that there is a suffering and there is a cessation of suffering. Dvime bhikkhave desemi dukkham cha dukh nirodham cha. That I preach only two things, that what is the suffering and what is the cessation of suffering. And in between that, he prescribed a path that is called as middle path, Madhyama Pratipada, that Majjhima Patipada. There are eightfold path, which I am not going to discuss in a detailed manner, but health has been defined. So in Dhammapad, which is called as a very, you can say, Hitopad. So I am audible or not?
We can hear you now.
Yes.
We can hear. Thank you.
Someone has muted me. Someone has
you.
muted me.
Oh.
So healthiness has been defined in Dhammapad. Dhammapad is considered as one of the Hitopadesa texts in Pali literature, and it is one of the 15 texts of Khudak Nikaya of Sutta Pitaka. In Dhammapad, there are 423 verses, and out of the 423 verses, all the moral ethics teachings related with the moral ethics as well as the behavior and conduct, these have been discussed. So in Dhammapad, it has been said by the Buddha that Arogya Parama Labha, that health is the best gain. Santuthi Param Dhanam, that satisfiedness is the great wealth. Vissasa Parama Yati, the faith has the great, you can say, relatives. And that is the main thing. So Buddha says that here health is your best gain. that whatever you are gaining, there are so many profits and gains, but nothing is better than the health also. So Buddha says that how this health comes. So the health comes based upon the mind. That is why Buddhism stresses great importance on the mind. What is the significance of mind or consciousness, that is called as chitta also. In the beginning of the Dhammapada, Buddha also says that Manopumangama Dhamma, mind is the forerunner of all the actions. So here it is said that mind is pure, luminous by nature also, but it is being defiled by incoming inward defiling factors also. And it is also said that our mind or consciousness is unsteady. It does not stay at one place. In Dhampad, Buddha says that Fandanam Chapalam Chittam Durkham Dunivaryam Uchu Koroti Medhavi Usu Karo Tejanam. That our mind is unsteady. It does not stay at one place, and it is very difficult to control it. So just like a hunter who controls his bow, in the same manner, a person has to control his mind or consciousness also. So, in Anguttara Nikaya, Buddha also says that Pakati Pavasaram Idam Chittam, that our mind is very much pure, luminous by nature, by the Prakriti. And in Lankavatar Sutta, in Sanskrit text also, and in Mahayana Sutra Lankar, Acharya Sangh also discusses that Prakriti Prabhasvar, that our consciousness is Prabhasvar, that is the luminous and it is pure. It becomes defiled by our defiling factors, that is the klesas. Klesas are those immoral factors which blacken or darkening our consciousness. So this whenever our consciousness is blackened or darkened, then we are having the state of unhealthiness. So healthiness, that if you are pure by all the defiling factors, it is called as Pakati Pavasaram Chittam, that our mind is pure, and it is not, and it is another name of Visuddhi, that it is Sabamal Birhaitam Achant Parisuddham Nibbanam Tibeditabam. So here our mind or consciousness is just like a, you can say, immense pure. That is the Sabamal Birhaitam Achanta Parisuddham, that devoid of all impurities, that is the defiling factors, and it is devoid of all, you can say, not having any impurity. That is it has the purity, and it is a state of eternal bliss. So that is the sign of the health. So it has been discussed in a very detailed manner in our Pali language literatures or in some of the text. So we'll discuss in a very detailed manner that how Acharya Buddha Ghosh, Acharyas have discussed in our 62 chapters of casket of medicine. That is the, namely, it is called as Bhesaj Manjusa. That is the Bhesaj, that is the medicine, and Manjusa is called as casket. So we have just now discussed that there are 62 chapters. Out of the 62 chapters, the first 18 chapters are discussing about the Padhati. They are discussing about the etiology as well as therapeutic practices. They have been taken from Ashtang Hridaya Shastra and Chark Sanghita and other medicinal texts which were available at that time, that is the 13th century. And we know that how Pali literature were also transmitted to Southeast Asian countries like Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Thailand. So there are so many variations of this text. There are 6 variations of this Vesas de Manjusa, which were translated in Thailand, Myanmar also. So it became very much popular. So in first of all, it starts with the salutations of the teachers, our the Blessed One, and it starts with Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. So it has been given for understanding. And first of all, the text starts that there are only 2 types of illness, that is called as physical illness and a mental illness. Physical illness is that type of illness where there is the fever, headache, and other things related with our physic. But mental illness, where the rag, dvesh, moha, that is the greed, antipathy, and ignorance, these are the main akusal hetu, that is the immoral roots which are associated with our consciousness. So our mental illness is related with this rag, dvesh, moha. And then text discusses that how giving refuge to the Tisarana, namely Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. And there is a significance that whosoever goes to the refuge of the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, there is a great relief from the illness, whether it is mental or physical. And even here, Saran is not in the sense of what we are having in our Hindu traditions. In Saran, in Hindu tradition, is in the sense of surrendering to the Almighty God. But in Buddhism, does not believe in the Almighty God or Creator. But here, Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, the refuge is in the sense of how you are going to adopt the good attributes of the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, and how you are adopting in your life in conduct or behavior. And whenever we say that a Buddha, there are 9 attributes of the Buddha, like Itipiso Bhagava Raha Samma Sambuddho Vijjacharan Sampanno Sugato Lok Buddhi Prusa Dhamma Sarati Itipiso Bhagava. So there are 9 attributes, there are 9 qualities of the Buddha, which we remember again and again in the name of the Buddha and Smriti. Also, getting refuge to the Buddha, here it is in the sense of adopting, taking the good qualities in our day-to-day life. So in that sense, it has been said that one who takes refuge in Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, that is the great medicine for a good health in our life also. In Tibetan traditions also, in Tibetan Buddhism, there is a great importance on the Tisarana, that is the Trisarana, the refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. So Buddha is also called as a great physician, Mahabhisaka, or great, you can say, physicians. He has, just like a physician who diagnoses the disease, and on the basis of the disease, he prescribes the medicines. In the same manner, Buddha, as a great physician, he also makes a diagnosis of the cause of the suffering, and in that sense, he makes solution of the removal of the problem of the suffering. And if you go through the Four Noble Truths, which is called as the foundation of the teachings of the Buddha, that there is a suffering, there is a cause of suffering, there is a cessation of suffering, and there is a path which leads towards the cessation of suffering. दुख अर्य सत्य, दुख समुदय अर्य सत्य, दुख निरोधम अर्य सत्य, दुख निरोध गामनी पटिपदार्य सत्य. So these are the Four Noble Truths. And even there is a first, that there is a suffering. There are 8 kinds of suffering which has been spoken by the Buddha, that to take birth is the suffering, to become old is the suffering, to have a disease is the suffering, and whatever we get, we try to get it, but we do not get it. It is also a suffering. And getting association with the undesirable persons it is also a cause of suffering, and to be get separated from the dear and loved persons, this is also a cause of suffering. And the main cause of suffering is the great desire or a strong desire related with to come again and again in this process of repeated existence is called as you can say suffering. And the cause of the suffering, Dukh Samudaya, Buddha says that there is the only, you can say, the desire is the main cause of the suffering. And Buddha says that Yayam Tanha Punubhavika Nandi Rag Sagata Tatra Tatra Vinandani Setitam Kamatana Bhavtana and Vibhavtana. That whatever the desires which are associated with the lust and attachment, and it comes again and again, and it moves from one place to another place. And there are three types of desires, that is the Kamtana, Bhavtana, and Vibhavtana. So we are not going to discuss in a detailed manner, but Buddha gives the solution. That is why the third noble truth Buddha says that Dukh Nirodham Arya Satyam. There is a cessation of suffering, and for that there is a eightfold path that is called as a middle path, which has been prescribed in the Dukh Nirodha Gamni Patipada Arya Satya, that is the fourth noble truth. So this is called as a Buddha is also called in the same manner as a physician. He is also called as a great physician because he makes a diagnosis of the cause of the suffering, and he prescribes the solution for the removal of the or cessation of the suffering. And then in that text, Buddha also, the Acharyas have discussed about the what is the good way of conduct or good way of living. And in that, I will discuss in our due course. And then he has discussed about the physiology, and you can say that physiology of our body as well as Jat Begam, that what are the natural urges. And Buddha says that whosoever makes unnatural to the urgent urges of the human persons, that is a great sign of unhealthiness. And there are so many diseases which are occurring when you are not giving proper time to your natural urges. So it is called as that whenever there is a time, you must get relieved from your natural urges. And then what are the types of the meals and methods of taking meals? These have been also discussed in the Vesaji Manjusa, the text. And then there are what are the liquid drugs which have been prescribed on the basis of the Ashtanga Hridaya Shastra. And these are also available by our elder parents, which were prescribed for the small babies and others. So these are the best upon, and we are also having that how some of the ghee, oils, and the sip, they are helpful in remedy of our physical and some of that diseases like fainting, epilepsy, and intoxications or problems related with the digestion, they are also discussed here. And what are the ways to remove all these things? These have been also discussed. Again, this text also discusses about what are the toxic foods and how toxic foods are making problem in our body, and how these toxics can be eliminated or destroyed from our body, and what are the symptoms of these toxic foods, like swelling in the legs, in the body also. So these have been discussed in the text also. And after that, there is what are the antidotes of our toxic foods. And in discussing about this, the text discusses about the gar and vis, that what is the gar here? It is called as sthavara, and vish is the poison that is called as aesthetic and poison, you can say. So gar generally becomes it is natural, that is the not natural, this is artificial, and these are found in our text also. But Jangam, that is called as a stable, aesthetic, and mobile poison. So they are also killing in our, just like a serpent's poisons in our body also. So what are the incompatible food and what are creating problems in our body? So these have been discussed in the text also. And then what is indigestion, and how indigestion is called as a cause of all the diseases. These have been discussed in that text also. And then continuation of that, it has been discussed that what is the medicine. So medicine is of two types. It has been said dab and adab. So in Pali, it is called as drabya. In Pali, it is called as dabba. In Sanskrit, it is drabya and adrabya. So here, dab are threefold: those of earth, those of plant kingdoms, and those originating from moving beings also. So the drugs which are originating from moving beings are like honey, ghee, etc. So this text also discusses about that one thinks of drugs suitable for the manufacture of medicaments also. So these have been discussed, and how one should give up the unsuitable drugs which are not suitable to our body. So this has been discussed in that. And what are the major therapeutics which have been discussed in a detailed manner in that text also. But like while method, while is recommended for patient having tumors, sinus problem, and others like worms having problem. So sometimes there was Jivak Kumar Bhacha, who was the great physician at the time of the Buddha. And when Buddha was ill, or the king Ajata Satru, who was the king of Magadha at that time, he was cured by prescribing the medicines related with the ghee and oil, and they became cure also. And even in the cases of blood dysentery, the king Ajat Satru, who was having the problems like this, Jivak, the great physician at that time, he prescribed the medicines involved with our ghee, and he became cured with this. So these have been discussed with the examples and what are the therapeutic medicines which have been discussed. Then there is a discussion on the small treatments through which illness related with the water and air. Mainly the problems which are arising in our body due to air as well as water. If water is polluted, then our body is also, you can say, polluted. In the same manner, when we are not getting air, pure air or clean air, then the dirty air also causing problems in our body. How can we remove those, you can say? So how the pouring medicated oil on the heads, and how the application of those things, medicinal bath or application of cotton dipped in oil. So these are also available nowadays in also in there are so many arogya hall, and these are prescribing. So these have been discussed, and unfavorable signs which are by seeing the patient like in the dreams also, and what are the symptoms of the birds, and if you go through that, how the birds are making sound, on the basis of that, we can also foresee some of the things related with our human personality also. So the sight and hearing of chameleons, owls, cat is inauspicious in our day-to-day life also. So the cry of pigs, serpents, hare, and kites is favorable. So sometimes these have been also discussed in our this casket of medicines also. And what are the unfavorable signs? And even dreams are the, you can say, great project of our mind also. Whatever the things which are being done in our day-to-day life, so these are being created in our dreams also. So dreams, some of the things, unfavorable signs are given. So dreams are used for as a diagnostic system for both mental as well as physical disorders in our body also. So this is another science which have been briefly discussed in that text also. So, and what are the disorders of our in body by the making offenses, bad offenses in our day-to-day life? They have been also, and Buddha says that all things are being done through the actions, and these actions are nothing but these are the evolution. And that is why Buddha says that Chetana Bhikkhave Kammam Badami Chetitva Kai Kammam Vachi Kammam Mano Kammam Karoti. Buddha says that, oh monks, I say evolution as an action. All the actions are being done by, whether it is physical, vocal, and mental. These are being done by our evolution. So all the actions, and Buddha also said that chittam ti vichittam, all the variations of our consciousness are being done by actions also. So the has given, our consciousness has given much importance in performing our day-to-day life. So whatever we are doing, moral actions or immoral actions, they are also making resultant of those moral and immoral actions, and they are shaping our character, behavior, or good company also. In what way they are creating, these are a matter of investigation. But Buddha says that there are so many things which have been discussed. So in a very brief manner, I will discuss about the sadachar, that is, what are the good conduct which are related with the health strategy in the text. So in the text, Buddha starts in the Pali literature. Buddha says that there are only three immoral roots, namely Raga, Dvesa, and Moha, that is the greed, antipathy, or hatred, or ignorance. These are the immoral roots which are the main cause of unhealthiness. And physical are those which are greed and hatred. And we have seen that how we, Buddha also says that how you have to purify your consciousness to become quite luminous or devoid of all the impurities. So there are some of the instances which have been discussed in the Pali literature. And Buddha says that a person who has constantly good habits of good behavior, as well as a person who is associated with the truthfulness for sublime teachings of the Buddha, namely friendliness, maitri, compassion, karuna, mudita, unalloyed joy, and indifference, that is the upeksha. So these are the four sublime teachings of the Buddha, which have been discussed in a very detailed manner, that how one who refrains from doing anything unbecoming and who is always bent on sinless gains, he has become mastered over all the senses. And Buddha also says that one has to protect his six senses also. There are six senses: Chakshu Indriya, Srotra Indriya, Gharan Indriya, Jiva Indriya, Kaya Indriya, and Mana Indriya. So every sense faculty has its capacity to catch its respective object also. Like Chakshu has the capacity to catch the respective object of beautiful objects. And whenever the Chakshu has the capacity to catch the beautiful object, it creates the attachments towards the beautiful objects. And whenever there is the attachment, there is a lust, rag, or you can say nandi, lust and attachment, then there is a creation of suffering. So Buddha says that one must control the senses, which how much you have to get involved with the respective objects of our six senses. So this has been given much importance, that how you are creating problems. Again, Buddha has given in Pali literature much stress on the 10 meritorious deeds. There are 10 types of meritorious deeds which make a person as a healthy, and they are called as Dan, Seal, Bhavana, Apachayan, Veya, Vacha, Dhammashavana, Pati, Dhammadesana, and Ditti Ujakarana. So in a very brief manner, that we know that Dan is a act of generosity, and Dan is a great, you can say, charity, which a person gives anything. So there are three types of Dan. There is a friend's gift, there is a slave gift, and there is a royal gift also. So Buddha has also discussed that if a person who gives with a very weak volition or consciousness to someone, then it is called as a slave gift. And if a person who gives some of the things to his friend, and without having much, you can say, clear heart, then this is called as a friend gift. And a person who gives for the sake of the humanity, for the welfare of all human personality, for the welfare of all the country beings, then this is called as a royal gift. So gift has been given, and seal, there is a second meritorious deed. Seal is called as virtue or morality. Morality is the name of curtailment of the three types of physical as well as four types of vocal misdeeds. There are three types of physical, namely panatipata, killing a living being, telling a lie, and taking a thing which has not been given to you. So these are the three types of panatipata, adinnadana, the thing which has not been given to you. You are taking a thing, that is called as stealing, and indulging in sexual misdeeds. They are called as three types of physical akusal kamma. And there are four types of vocal, namely musavada, vishnavacha, parusavacha, and samfalapa, telling a telling the untruth in a true manner, and harsh speech, very slandering speech, and ignoble speech. These refraining, this is called as a seal. Seal is the curtailment of the physical and vocal states. Bhavana is the name of the practice, that how you are making teachings of the Buddha in applying in day-to-day your life or activities of day-to-day life. And this is through the mindfulness, smriti, or sati, or vipassana. So these are the two things which I will discuss in due course. So these have been discussed in a very Dan Sila Bhavana, and then Apachayan, respecting to the elders who and the parents, and Beya Vach, that is those who are respecting elders and giving respect to parents. They must be encouraged, they must be praised also, and to do something for that. And hearing the teachings of the Buddha and giving discourses to the common people related with the teachings of the Buddha, and how you are making it clear to the common people related with the false views prevalent in the society. So these are called as 10 meritorious deeds, which have been given in a very detailed manner in the text. In a very brief manner, I have given to you that the 10 meritorious deeds are making our body as a healthy also. And there is another which has been given much importance, that is called as vigilance. That is called as apramad in Sanskrit. In Pali, it is called as apamad. So in Dhammapad also, it is said that apamado amtam padam, pamado machano padam. That diligence is the name of, you can say, becoming active. That is the Biryavan, that a person who has the diligence, he is having a, you can say, Amrita Pad, that is the state of eternal bliss, that is the Nirvana. And a person who does not have diligence, that is Pramad, the person who are called as Pramadi, they are just like a dead persons. Because of Pramad, due to Pramad, the violence starts. Violence comes in our activities or in our day-to-day life. So that is why apramad has been also discussed as a most, you can say, important factor to become healthy in our day-to-day life. So the actions of the beings are being performed in our becoming happiness. So happiness does not occur without Dhamma. So Dhamma is nothing but here the teachings of the Buddha, that how Buddha says that the act of the truth, such a kriya or satya karya, you have they are invoking the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha to be practiced for the sake of the welfare of the human beings. This is called as, so this is called as we have to make recollections of the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha, and everything that is good always comes from our vigilance, and what is not good result from idleness, that is called as a dead-like persons. So again, Buddha discusses about the habits also, because Buddha says that satisfiedness is the great, you can say, santutti param dhanam. That satisfiedness is the great, you can say, wealth. And a person who has the satisfaction, Buddha also says that for the monks and other persons also, ghas chadan paramatay bhikkhu santuttoti, that a monk who must be satisfied with the things whatever he has for covering the body also, that is the ghas chadan paramtai, he can cover his body with only the grass and the leaves. In that way he can be satisfied, and whatever the things it comes in the alms ball for the sustaining of the body, this is called as satisfiedness. Not taking the meal, whatever the things comes to you, and taking for the great health, you are taking or eating everything, that is not called as you can say satisfiedness. This is called as unsatisfiedness, and every problems comes through this unsatisfiedness. So Buddha also says that one become very much satisfiedness, whatever it comes to you. That is why a monk is supposed to only the Tiwara, that is the cloth, and the elm's ball, and he has to take sleep below the at the root tree, at the root of the tree, and he has to take care of the body. So a person must be have little desire. That is called as alpa iksha, and that is why that whatever it comes, you have to take it in that way, and that is called as sadachar and the good conduct. So sadachar has been also discussed in what is good conduct. In the text, it has been discussed in a very detailed manner, and Buddha says that what is sadachar and what is anachar. And sadachar has been discussed in a sense of the good behavior, that whatever the things that is the right livelihood, a person who is living through the right livelihood, right livelihood is called as samyak ajiva, which is the fifth constituent of eightfold path of the Athangiko Maggo or Arjastangika Marg. So the good company and the good behavior means making transgression of any rule physical. So whatever the transgression of the physical or mental actions, physical, vocal and mental actions, this is called as good behavior or achar. So in that sense, refraining from killing, stealing, committing sexual, you can say adultery. So these are called as physical moral actions. So refraining from all these called as good behavior. And it is also called as, you can say, good company also. So sometimes the good company also makes our body as a healthy also. It depends upon the friends and the members of the society to whom you are interacting. So it also depends that how much you are taking care of those friends also, in what manner they are giving you some satisfactions. So friends are, or good company of your friends are also creating healthiness in our body also. So in that way, it has been discussed. Again, in Pali literature, it has been said that taking fast is the great purification of your body also. And that is why in Sangha or in the monastery, Buddha has given a prescription of taking fast twice in a month, on every, you can say, 15th day, Chaturdasi and Panarasi, on the 14th day or the 15th day, generally on the full moon day and the other Shukla Paksha or Krishna Paksha. Everyone has to take fast, and fast make purification of our body also. So it is also called as Laghu Bhojan also. And Laghu Bhojan is nothing but it is another name of Langhana. And it has been said in our text also that Langhan is nothing but it is substance or act meant for slimming of our body, that how you are making your body in a slim manner. So good health has been also discussed in our, and they are called as Mangal Achar, that a person who is associated with the auspicious good conduct, and in that way, Saddha or faith has been discussed as a great virtue or the attribute, that how you have to be very faith. And even a patient, for a patient, he must have a faith or shraddha towards his physician or the doctors also. Until unless a patient does not have faith or shraddha in his doctor or physician, his disease cannot be removed. And in Pali text, we are also having that there are 5 types of shadows or chaya, which have the different characteristics of 5 elements, namely Pathvi, Apo, Tejo, Bayo, and Akas, earth, water, fire, air, and sky. So these are the 5 types of the shadows. And one who does not have any shadow or radiance, the body does not have any, you can say, sign of the healthy. So these 5 elements or Panch Mahabhut or Panch Chayas, they are also making our body as healthy. So these have been also discussed in our power literatures. And some of the signs of the our body, they have been also discussed. That Buddha also says sometimes that I have a back pain, and he was suffering some of the blood at the time of Mahaparinibbana, great disease when he was at Kushinagar. Then he was also having blood dysentery also. And due to that, it is said that one who has the some of the science related with our body, then he is making how who one can make healthy his body. In that way, there are some of the signs which have been given. And in the villages also, we have seen that if a crow does not take any remaining food of any persons, it means that a person is not healthy. And even there are some of the signs which have been given in our party text also, that if the diseases are cured without having any medicines, or the medicine without medicines, or with the medicines, a person becomes, you can say, ill. It shows that there are very few days left for that persons also. So these have been discussed as a signs of that. And in Pali literature, we are having that how Sat, Rajas, and Tamas, they are also making healthy. How a person can become healthy through the natural temperaments like Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, or those there are. And every disease, as we know, as a student of Ayurveda, that that kapha, pitta, and bayu, these are the things which are creating problems in our body. So how we have to remove the kapha, pitta, and bayu? These are some of the things, therapeutic medicines which have been given in the text also. So in the text, it is said that a person whose faith, that is the Shraddha, morality, seal, and the consciousness, that is the chit, and the generosity, that is the dan, and briyavan, that is the strength, and the wisdom or right understanding, pragya, come to a stop without any reason, it means that a person is going to live for only 6 months. So in Ashtanga Hridaya Shastra, it has been also discussed like this, and in a Pali text also we are having references like this, and it describes that a person who does not feel any pain after piercing any pin or something like that, it means that something is wrong with health, and even sometimes the hairs are pulled, and if a person does not feel any pain, it means that there are very few months which are left for a person's, and he is going to die. So these are the some of the signs which have been discussed in the text, Pali text also. And whatever the fatal diseases like diabetes, vomiting, abnormal thirst, or diarrhea or swelling, these have been also discussed in our Pali text also. So Buddha also says that a person who does not have, you can say, meritorious deeds, or you can say jiviti indriya, it means that the fatal diseases are occurring in that also. So these are some of the things which have been discussed in that Pali text. And in Pali text, Buddha has said that health is a part of our happiness and disease is a part of our suffering. So that is why it is said that arogya paramalava, and all things, the whole our human body is dependent on the theory of interdependence. Just like our Dr. Madanji was also discussing about the Panchadas Pakara. So in the Pali text also we are having that how law of dependent originations, that is the Paticca Samutpad in Pali, or in Sanskrit it is called as Pratyakta Samutpad. And that is also related with the Nagarjuna theory of interdependence in Madhyamakarika, and that is also equated with theory of relativity of Albert Einstein also. So this, according to this theory, it is said that everything comes into existence dependent on some cause and conditions. There is no self-independent entity. Whatever the things which are coming in our day-to-day life, they are based upon the cause and conditions, hetu and the pratyaya. And in Pali text, it has been said that imasmin sati idam hoti, imasmin masati idam nahoti, imas upada idam upajjati, imas nirodha idam nirujjati. That because of this, there is the emergence of this, and because of not presence of this, there is not emergence of this, and there is a cessation of that. So this is the theory of interdependence, and this has been discussed by Acharya Nagarjuna in Pratay Pariksha, the first chapter of Madhyamakarika, like that how there is a asray prasrayata, that how everything are related with others, how the things are causally related with others. Acharya Nagarjuna says that man, nature, and environment, these three things are causally related. If there is no nature, there will be no man and environment. So whatever the things which are available in man as well as nature and our environment, they are causally related with that. So everything is dependent on that. Nature is dependent on environment. Environment is dependent on man. So this is called as Astra Prasarita. That is the theory of relativity, and that has been also discussed. Or this theory of interdependence of Acharya Nagarjuna has been equated as a theory of relativity, and scholars like great scientist, our Professor Raja Ramanna, he had written a very good article on this theory of relativity of Albert Einstein, and theory of interdependence of Acharya Nagarjuna also. So I have not gone through the Das Pakara Padati or whatever our Dr. Madan ji was discussing. So I will also go through that how these Panchadas Pakar, they are quite relevant to our present day also, as well as how Buddha has said in our Pali literatures, how these systems and how the Padhati which has been discussed in the Bhesaj Manjusa, written by Acharyas in 13th century, mainly based upon the 8 treatises of the Ayurveda. So this is the, you can say, things which have been. So the Pali medicine, whatever we are discussing about the Vesage or medicine, they are only, you can say, discussing about the 4 types of sublime teachings of the Buddha. They are called as Brahma Vihar. Brahma Vihar is a noble way of living. Brahma is here in the sense of Srestha, or that is the great living. They are 4 in number, that is the friendliness, Maitri, compassion, Karuna, Mudita, unalloyed joy, and Upeksha, that is the indifference. Here, Maitri is nothing but only, you can say, loving kindness, but Parhit Kamata, that a desire to help others. Whenever we see any person who is in distress, and if you are helping others, this is called as Maitri. So, Parhit Kamata, that a desire to help others, is called as Maitri. Compassion or Karuna is not only a verbal sympathy after seeing the suffering of the others, but how you are making an effort to get associated with the suffering of others, and how you are making an effort to remove those sufferings of that persons, that is called as Karuna. Karuna is par dukhe hadai kampanam uppannam, that arising of the shaking of the heart after the seeing the suffering of others. This is called as Karuna. Again, Karuna has been defined by Acharyas like kamiti dukkham runati iti tam pavisati vinasai bhayamati cha, that how you are making an effort to remove the suffering of the others, this is called as Karuna. And unalloyed joy, that it does not, after seeing the well-being of the others, well-being of the society or the country of the others, when your consciousness become mild, or when you have a joy without having any faultness, that is called as unalloyed joy. This is called as parmodanam chittamti mudita. So this is called as mudita. And 4 sublime teachings, this is called as upeksha, that is the indifference, that neither pleasantness or nor unpleasantness, neither suffering nor, you can say, happiness. It is in the sense of, you can say, indifference, that whatever you see, you do not react anything. This is called as indifference. It has been defined as a mudhajanesu upekha or upeksha, that just like among the full persons, the indifference arises in the same manner. A person has also make an indifference, neither having unpleasantness nor having pleasantness. So this is the 4 types of sublime teachings which have been discussed in the our Pali text. And again, one who is said that one who is the having the such dhiti, that truthfulness, dharjavan, that perseverance, that one who has the patience, and one who has the good company, he will be free from all the diseases, whether it is mental or physical. So this, in that way, it has been discussed in our Pali text. But some of the things which have been given much in our Pali text, that is called as alpeksha, that is the less desire or limitation of the desires, or you can say following the dhamma, that is the righteousness. And we are also having that how a royal king has been prescribed in our Pali text as a das Raja Dharma. So for a king has also that how the people can behave as a in a proper manner. So in that way, there are 10 types of righteous dhamma which have been also discussed. So these have been discussed, and how the things which can be they applied in our day-to-day life. Now we are seeing that mindfulness as well as insight, that is the sati and vipassana. These are the two main tools which are applied in our day-to-day life for becoming healthy. These are the our main tools of our Buddhism, through which a person can become healthy also. So here mindfulness, and there are four tools. They are called as samadhi, pragya, sampajanya, and sati. So these are the four things. Out of the four things, this is the sati and sampajanya and the pragya. These main tools are being you can say applied, or they are practicing in our day-to-day life. So there are so many monasteries where the monks and the common people are practicing. So mindfulness is just like a doorkeeper, and just like a doorkeeper does not allow any undesirable person to enter into the house, in the same manner, our sati or mindfulness does not allow any undesirable immoral factors to arise on the surface of mind. So, in Satipatthana Sutta, which is available in Dekha Nikaya and Majjhima Nikaya also, in the name of Mahasatipatthana Sutta and Satipatthana Sutta, Buddha has said that Ekayano Maggos Sattanam Visuddhiya, that mindfulness is the only path for getting a state of eternal bliss. And they are four in number: Kayanupassana, Vedananupassana, Chittanupassana, and Dhammanupassana. Because of lack of time, I am limiting myself because I am crossing my time also. So, and Vipassana nowadays, that Vipassana is a name of thought through which a person can visualize the things, that all things are subject to impermanence, all things are subject to suffering, and all dhammas are subject to soulless. That these three things are being achieved through the practice of vipassana. Vipassana has been defined by the Buddha that anicca adi visesa pakarena pasati ti vipassana. That vipassana is the name of the insight. Through that practice, a person can get a state of that all things are subject to impermanence, all things are subject to suffering, and all dhammas are subject to soulless, anitya, dukkha, and anatma. So these are the things which have been discussed. So with these words, there are many things which can be shared. So if the time permits in the coming webinars, then I will share some of the things related with other aspects of our teachings. So with these words, I am thankful to all the organizing committee members who have given me a platform to express some of the ideas related with the health strategy according to available, according to our Pali text, as well as in some of the Mahayana text also. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, any doubt, I am very much, I will be glad to answer those questions also. Thank you very much.
Namaskar ji. Thank you so much for giving us a presentation that has kept us completely absorbed in what you have offered. You haven't used any transparency slides, but we were completely with you through this extremely enlightening presentation, sir. So
thank you very
thanks
much.
from all of us. Thank you again for, before giving the floor to Narendra ji, who's also, I noticed, was listening very, very attentively to your presentation. And I just want to share a few points that I found was very exciting and very important based on our contemporary goings on in the world. So number one is the difficulty that students have and the young people have to understand the richness that the Indian subcontinent provides. Around the time of Buddha was also the last was Mahavir, and the path they showed for the world. We are rich in our Hindu tradition. We have other religious activities in terms of more recent happenings like Islam and Sikhism, and Christianity, of course, comes relatively recently compared to this. Now, many people are asking, how come our poster says today, it's the 382nd webinar, and it says Gautama Buddha Jayanti. Apologies for this. Buddha Jayanti was on the 16th of May. Buddha Purnima was on 16th of May, the 2584th birth anniversary of Gautama Buddha. That was on that Purnima, which was on the 16th of May. That is one point I wanted to highlight. Number two, sir, you have touched on some very important things, and especially that one word, alpa ichcha. This is a very difficult one in today's capitalistic world. We would love to hear something from you when we come into the discussion. The other very important point that the two words, pramada and apramada, is a very, very important concept that you have given us. And also this langanam param aushadam, where we are saying it is so wonderful to see that from such a long time ago, clearly Buddha's birthday, we said, was 2,500 odd years ago. That means even in his time, my feeling is that Langanam was already established for him to keep promoting this. Now, in terms of contemporary needs, I always find, and I always read the Kalama Sutta. I always find that very inspiring, And you have given us why that thinking is there, because Buddha polarizes the sorrow and happiness, and he says we should be neither. We should be somewhere in that middle path. How can we teach young people all these things? One, they are disconnected from Pali, the language. Number two, they don't know. If you ask them where they are in terms of putting all these contexts together, where Jainism, where they were, the Mahavirs and Tritankas were born, where they were enlightened in the hills in Jharkhand, for instance. Those kind of details, I don't know when we will bring this to common knowledge, not just in India, but outside India also. People don't realize that this scholarship has been with us for a long time. Adi Shankara comes along and gives us this Advaita Vedanta and gives us the whole concept of Vasudeva Kudumbakam. These are all very deep principles for the world today. I want to thank you once again, sir. We will touch on all these points because you have put it in such a scholarly way that we could spend many hours discussing this, but we will take these questions as we go into our discussion. I hope you will stay with us till we listen to Professor Narendra Tiwari ji. Thank you again. Narendra ji, Pranam ji. Please unmute. Thank you for being with us today. We are very, very fortunate to have you here with us today. For those who are joining us now, Narendra ji is joining us. He's as professor in the Department of Sanskrit in Nalanda at the Navanalanda Mahavihara. I think Dr. Tiwari will do the same thing, sir. I hope you will just briefly introduce yourself, how you came into this area of Sanskrit, and what brought you to where you are today, Narendra, and your passion. What is it that is driving you to do this exemplary work on Sanskrit? And before I let the floor to you, the reason I will change my virtual background shortly, but I just want to point to this, what is put up here: One Earth, One Health, World Order. And there are many places where we feel this one Earth, One Health, One Health, World Order must come. And we are trying in many places to keep this dialogue going. The presentations today are very, very important for this, because it shows the deeper principles, the deeper philosophies from where this worldview comes about. So very, very exciting to have both of you here with us. It is the first time we've heard something about Pali. So we are grateful to Kumarji for sharing this. And the floor, Narendraji, the floor is yours. Our senior Sanskrit scholar somehow is not here with us today, Dr. Professor Ramadas ji, but he generally is teaching around this time, but he might join us. Let us see. Namaskar ji, thank you.
Yeah, namaskar, thank you, sir. First of all, I thank you all for inviting me to deliver a lecture on the topic Ayurveda in Buddhism. And I am also thankful to all of you. Actually, as you said, to introduce myself, I born in Kashi, that is situated in Uttar Pradesh, and all the educations, after earth class, I started to learn Sanskrit, and my whole, from 9th onwards till PhD, my study was, I think, completed in the BHU, Banaras Hind University. I'm a student of Banaras Hind University, Department of Veda. My subject is Veda and Vyakaran, Sanskrit grammar. And also I belong to a Vedic family. My family is renowned for its knowledge of Sanskrit, especially Veda and Jyotish, astrology. And I got the inspiration from my father, grandfathers, and I joined this auspicious language and subject. And after completing my PhD, I taught several years Sanskrit language in the Faculty of Sanskrit Learning and Theology. And after that, in the year of 2009, I joined as a research officer in the Regional Center of Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, Varanasi region, and worked for there 12 years. I worked there almost 12 years, and I was working there on Kalatattva Kosha, and also preparing Tiwari version of Natya Shastra. And 2 volumes already have been completed. 3rd volume is going on. Still, I am working on that project. And November 2020, I joined this renowned institute, university, known Nalanda Mahavihar, as a associate professor in Sanskrit, Department of Sanskrit. And as everybody know that Nalanda is a very renowned and also a place of learning, seat of learning. As Kashi is also a seat of learning, Nalanda is also a seat of learning. As we know, this old Nalanda Mahavihar, which was destroyed by Bakhtiyar Khilji, is situated nearby, just around 500 meters from our institute, our university. Coming to the topic, almost all the area have been covered by Acharya Bimalendra Kumar ji. So I think I'll some similarities and dissimilarities of the Ayurvedic tradition, our Sanatana Parampara, and what is in Buddhism, what is similarities between these two, and also a little bit about Suvarikpa. And also I would like to have your permission to change my, I would like to deliver my speech in Hindi because I didn't know about this, so I prepared everything in Hindi.
Bilkul ji, bilkul ji. Thank you so much for introducing. We have enjoyed listening to your history coming up to Nalanda, and thank you for describing so correctly the location where you are and the surroundings and the Mahavidyalaya. Thank you, Ji. Very, very delighted you are here with us, and please, thank you again.
You. So just it might be a common thing, सामान्य बातें होंगी, हो सकता है शुरू में सभी के लिए, क्योंकि जो मैं स्टैंडर्ड देख रहा हूँ उसके हिसाब से लग रहा है कि कुछ बातें सामान्य भी हो सकती हैं। फिर भी तो भारतीय संस्कृति एवं दर्शन की महत्वपूर्ण संकल्पना है धर्म, और धर्म शब्द का समानार्थक शब्द पाश्चात्य भाषाओं में उपलब्ध नहीं है। जैसा कि हम जानते हैं, इसके लिए अंग्रेजी में हम लोग रिलीजन शब्द का प्रयोग करते हैं, परंतु जब हम रिलीजन शब्द को हम देखते हैं, उसके मीनिंग्स ऑफ द रिलीजन, द वर्ड रिलीजन, तो हम पाते हैं कि एक उसमें एक प्रोफेट होंगे, उसको आरंभ करने वाले, एक कोई उनका ग्रंथ होगा द्रव्य, और एक भाषा होगी और उनके फॉलोअर होंगे, तो एक रिलीजन होगा। तो धर्म अपने यहाँ का एक अलग वो है, और धर्म का अपने यहाँ ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, सनातन धर्म में ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ कोई एक ग्रंथ नहीं है, वेद है, पुराण है, महाभारत है, फिर गीता और ये सब उपनिषद इत्यादि सारे आ जाते हैं। बहुत ही विस्तृत क्षेत्र है, साहित्य है। हाँ, भाषा एक है, संस्कृत है, और तो धर्म की शब्द की जो है, तो धर्म के कई अर्थ हैं। कर्तव्य है, अहिंसा है, विभिन्न धर्मों के हिसाब से कर्तव्य, अहिंसा, न्याय, सदाचरण, ये सब जो है धर्म के हो सकते हैं। परंतु जो धर्म शब्द का जो कि ज्यादा व्यापक अर्थ में और ज्यादा प्रयोग होता है, वो है धारणात् धर्म, अर्थात धारण करने योग्य जो आचरण है, जो हमारे आचरण है जिनको हम धारण करते हैं, वह धर्म है। परंतु भगवान बुद्ध ने धर्म को स्वभाव अर्थात प्रकृति से संबंधित किया है, जो उसका स्वभाव है उसी को लिया है। इसके अनुसार प्रत्येक जीव जंतु वस्तु आदि का अपना अपना स्वभाव होता है। जैसे अग्नि का स्वभाव है जलना, उष्णता पैदा करना, जल का स्वभाव है शीतलता इत्यादि। अब आयुर्वेद, आयुर्वेद का अर्थ है आयु अर्थात जीवनम, अनारोग्यम, और वेद का अर्थ है ज्ञान, सो आयुर्वेद का अर्थ है जीवन का ज्ञान अथवा आरोग्य का ज्ञान, ऐसा कर सकते हैं। इसी को विद्वानों ने दूसरे शब्दों में कहा कि जीवन जीने की कला, किस प्रकार से हम जिए, ऐसे जिए कि स्वस्थ रहें, ऐसा। अब जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि आयुर्वेद में जो अपना पारंपरिक आयुर्वेद है, भारतीय आयुर्वेद जिसकी हम चर्चा करते हैं, तो वह तो प्रारंभ से है। वेद हमारे यहाँ वस्तुतः अभी तो 4 वेद कहते हैं, पर मूलतः वेद ज्ञान है, अतः वह एक ही है। विषय की दृष्टि से, सब्जेक्ट की दृष्टि से उसको 4 किया गया, और रचना की शैली से वो 3 है। शैली की दृष्टि से उनकी जो शैली है उसके हिसाब से, जैसा कि लक्षण भी बताया हुआ है, तेषामृत यत्रार्थ वशेन पादक व्यवस्था। आई मीन 3 कह सकते हैं, 3 प्रकार के टेक्स्ट हैं, गद्य, पद्य एवं गान। ऋग्वेद जो है पद्य में है, ऋग्वेद और अथर्ववेद पद्य में है, एक ही होने से वो 2 प्रकार हो, एक ही प्रकार हो गया। यजुर्वेद गद्यात्मको यजुः, सो यजुर्वेद गद्य है। और सामवेद, मंत्रों का नाम साम नहीं है, साम जो है गान है, गीतिषु साम आख्या, तो जो गान है वही साम है। इस प्रकार से 3 प्रकार के टेक्स्ट हैं, इसलिए वेदत्रयी ऐसा प्रयोग मिलता है, गद्य, पद्य और गान। अब ये 4 वेद हैं, तो चारों वेदों के कालांतर में इनके जब प्रयोग की दृष्टि से जब ये 4 हुए, ऋग, यजुः, साम, अथर्व, तो इनके उपवेद भी हुए। तो उसमें अथर्ववेद का उपवेद आयुर्वेद हुआ, और अथर्ववेद का जो प्रतिपाद्य, मुख्य प्रतिपाद्य विषय है वह है प्रायश्चित्त। वो उसमें ऋग्वेद के मंत्र में है, उपलब्ध है, जाते जाते विद्याम बदति। ये वस्तुतः अथर्ववेद ब्रह्मा का, जो यज्ञ में 4 पृष्ठ होते हैं, 4 ऋत्विज हैं, होता, गरुड़, उद्गाता और ब्रह्मा। तो ब्रह्मा के का अपना वेद है, तो वह जहां कहीं भी कुछ इस तरह के त्रुटियां उत्पन्न होती हैं या कुछ जो कि स्वीकृत नहीं है, ऐसा कुछ यज्ञ में दिखता है, तो उसके लिए प्रायश्चित्त बताना उसका उनका कार्य है, और उसके लिए अथर्ववेद है। तो प्रायश्चित्त भी एक बार से ऐसे रोग भी क्या है कि वह रोग की जो चिकित्सा हम करते हैं वह भी प्रायश्चित्त ही है। तो मुख्य रूप से प्रायश्चित्त है, पर इसी प्रायश्चित्त को और विस्तार करते हैं तो अथर्ववेद का प्रतिपाद्य विषय होता है मणि, मंत्र और औषधि। तो मणि चिकित्सा, मंत्र चिकित्सा और औषधि चिकित्सा, ये 3 प्रकार की चिकित्साओं का वर्णन अथर्ववेद में मिलता है, अन्य विषयों के अलावा, यज्ञीय उसके अलावा। उसमें प्रारंभ में ही चिकित्सा, मूत्र चिकित्सा इत्यादि आरंभ में ही प्रथम कांड से ही शुरू हो जाता है, और इसी का अथर्ववेद का उपवेद होने से आयुर्वेद भी चिकित्सा को ही बता रहा है। और आयुर्वेद जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं, यह जो है वात, पित्त, कफ, इन तीनों पे आधारित है। इसी की साम्य असाम्यावस्था, सभी साम्यावस्था में है तो व्यक्ति स्वस्थ है, और इनमें कोई विरोध उत्पन्न होता है, कहीं असामंजस्य होता है इन तीनों की स्थिति में, तो रोग उत्पन्न होते हैं, अनारोग्य होता है। तो लगभग यही विषय जो है यहाँ आयुर्वेद में, बौद्ध धर्म में जो प्रतिपादित आयुर्वेद है उसमें भी है। तो इसके साथ ही हम थोड़ा सा बौद्ध धर्म के आयुर्वेद की उत्पत्ति के विषय में भी थोड़ा देख लें, क्योंकि सर ने ऑलरेडी ऐसा सब विषय कवर कर लिया है कि अब मुझे इन्हीं बातों को बताना ज्यादा उचित समझ में आ रहा है। तो यहाँ क्या है कि बौद्ध धर्म में आयुर्वेद की जो स्थिति है वह प्रारंभ जो है भगवान बुद्ध के धर्म देशना से शुरू होती है, और जब उनके शिष्यों की संख्या लगभग 60 के लगभग पहुंची तो उनको धर्म उपदेश के लिए विभिन्न स्थानों पर विभिन्न दिशाओं में भेजा गया। तो भेजने से पूर्व उनकी एवं दूसरों की, वो स्वयं की जलवायु परिवर्तन होने से या स्थान परिवर्तन होने से अस्वस्थता हो सकती है, अन्य भिन्न कारणों से भी अस्वस्थता हो सकती है। तो इसके लिए भी, और जहाँ जाए लोगों के बीच में उपदेश देने, तो वहाँ इसके साथ ही वह उनकी भी चिकित्सा करें। अगर कहीं वो रुग्णता है उनके श्रोताओं के बीच में भी, श्रोताओं में और उनके भक्तों के बीच में उनकी भी चिकित्सा करें, इसलिए उनकी चिकित्सा के लिए आयुर्वेद का उपदेश किया। इसमें 2 प्रकार की चिकित्सा का उल्लेख मिलता है मुख्य रूप से, एक तो औषधि चिकित्सा और दूसरी स्पर्श चिकित्सा। बौद्ध चिकित्सा पद्धति में स्पर्श चिकित्सा का बहुत महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है। स्पर्श चिकित्सा का उपदेश, उसका प्रारंभ कब हुआ, इसका वर्णन जो है सद्धर्म पुंडरीक में मिलता है। जब भगवान बुद्ध सद्धर्म पुंडरीक का उपदेश देशना राजगीर में गृद्धकूट पर्वत पे कर रहे थे, तो प्रारंभ में उनके 5 शिष्य थे। उन 5 शिष्यों में 2 शिष्य तो उनकी देशनाओं को तुरंत समझ लेते थे, परंतु 3 शिष्य जो है जल्दी समझ नहीं पाए। बार बार उसके मौखिक उपदेश करने पर, दोहराने पर भी समझ नहीं पा रहे थे। तब उन्होंने स्पर्श चिकित्सा के माध्यम से, अर्थात उन तीनों को स्पर्श किया, और जिसके बाद वे तीनों शिष्य उनके उपदेश को आत्मसात करने में समर्थ हो गए। इस चिकित्सा में सामान्य रूप से होता क्या है कि वो चिकित्सक जो है अपनी शक्ति को दूसरे व्यक्ति में समाहित कर देते हैं, अर्थात इस पद्धति में अपनी ऊर्जा को दूसरे में, जिसको हम स्पर्श करते हैं, जिसको हम ठीक करना चाहते हैं, जिसमें सुधार चाहते हैं, उसको स्पर्श करके अपनी ऊर्जा को उसमें समाहित कर देते हैं। इसी प्रक्रिया को आगम शास्त्र में शक्तिपात का नाम दिया गया है। यहाँ उसमें भी लगभग यही प्रक्रिया है, स्पर्श करके उनको शक्तिपात करते हैं और दीक्षा दे करके, और फिर से शक्तिपात करते हैं और वह फिर जो है दीक्षित हो जाता है, उस प्रकार उसमें आगे बढ़ता है। तो जैसा कि पूर्व में बताया कि आयुर्वेद का आधार वात पित्त कफ है, परंतु मिलिंद पन्नो ग्रंथ है, उसमें जो है इन तीनों के अतिरिक्त कहा जाए तो इन्हीं की साम्यावस्था के बारे में ही कह रहे हैं वो, फिर भी वह 8 बातों के लिए कहते हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त, इन तीनों के अतिरिक्त 5 और कारण बताते हैं रोग उत्पन्न होने के लिए। माने इन तीनों की साम्यावस्था होने पर तो स्वस्थ है व्यक्ति, और वात पित्त एवं कफ तीनों एक साथ हों और उनमें कुछ असाम्यता हो तब रोग होता है। दूसरा कहते हैं जलवायु का परिवर्तन। वस्तुतः जलवायु के परिवर्तन से भी इन तीनों में ही, वात पित्त कफ में ही कुछ भी परिवर्तन होता है। उसमें क्रम में, उसके मात्रा में न्यूनाधिक्य होने के कारण यह भी है, परंतु मिलिंद पन्नों में इसको 8 प्रकार कहते हैं। फिर आगे कहते हैं असंतुलित भोजन भी इसका एक कारण है। फिर अचानक शरीर में दर्द होना और किसी कर्म का विपाक, कर्म का विपरिणाम, ऐसा इन्होंने टोटल 8 कहा है। और फिर उन्होंने उसमें ये वात पित्त कफ के कुपित होने का कारण भी बताया है। तो सबसे ज्यादा वात के लिए सबसे ज्यादा कारण बताया, उन्होंने कहा कि 10 कारणों से वात जो है कुपित होता है और फिर उससे जो है वात जनित रोग उत्पन्न होते हैं। तो उसके अत्यधिक ठंडा, गर्म, अत्यधिक भूख हो, प्यास हो, प्यास ज्यादा लगे, काफी देर से लगे, उससे भी वात कुपित होता है। ओवर ईटिंग, अत्यधिक भोजन, जो हम अपने क्षमता से, आवश्यकता से अधिक भोजन कर लें, उससे भी वात कुपित होता है। और हरारत शब्द का प्रयोग करते हैं, जैसे फिवरिश होना, थकान होना और उसके बाद उसे बुखार आने के पूर्व की स्थिति, ऐसी स्थिति होना, या अत्यधिक श्रम होना, दौड़ भाग, अत्यधिक दौड़ भाग करना, रनिंग, जैसे बहुत ज्यादा दौड़ते हैं, उससे भी वात कुपित होते हैं। और अंतिम 10वां कहा उन्होंने कर्म विपाक, कर्म के कुछ कर्मों के ऐसे कुछ परिणाम होते हैं, उसके कारण भी वात कुपित होता है। ये इससे वात के 10 कारण बताएं कुपित होने के। फिर पित्त के 3 कारण बताए कि पित्त 3 कारणों से कुपित होता है, जो इन 10 में समाहित हैं। ठंडा, गर्म और असंतुलित भोजन, ये पित्त के कुपित होने के कारण होते हैं। तीसरा जो कफ है, जिसको कि बौद्ध साहित्य में सेम कहा गया है, तो ये इसके भी 3 कारण हैं, जैसे ठंडा, गर्म और खान पान। इन तीनों से जो है पित्त कुपित होकर, कफ कुपित होकर के फिर उससे जो है शरीर में रोगों की उत्पत्ति होती है। अब जैसा कि हम जानते हैं, वो आयुर्वेद की उत्पत्ति धर्मदेशना से हुई। तो आयुर्वेद का आज के समय में बौद्ध धर्म में मुख्य सोर्स त्रिपिटक हैं। उनमें भी विशेष रूप से विनय पिटक में वर्णन है। उसके लिए एक कहा जाए कि विनय पिटक में एक अध्याय है, भेषज खंड नाम से एक अध्याय है, और उसमें उन्होंने आयुर्वेद की चर्चा की है। और इन्हीं त्रिपिटक के आधार पे ही, जैसा कि सर ने बताया, कि वह ग्रंथ भेषज मंजूषा, जिसकी रचना श्रीलंका में की गई थी, और इसका हिंदी अनुवाद, इसका सभी भाषाओं में ऑलमोस्ट जितने भी बुद्धिस्ट कंट्रीज हैं, उन सभी देशों की भाषाओं में इसका अनुवाद हुआ है। और अपने यहाँ हिंदी में भेषज मंजूषा का अनुवाद हमारे आदरणीय आचार्य बिमलेंद्र कुमार जी के द्वारा ही किया गया है। 2019 में यह प्रकाशित भी हो चुका है। तो यह सोर्स जो है आयुर्वेद का, जो है पाली त्रिपिटक से मिलता है, और उसी विशेष रूप से विनय पिटक से, और उसी पे यह भेषज स्कंध की, भेषज मंजूषा की रचना हुई है श्रीलंका में 1261 ईस्वी में, पराक्रम बाहु के समय में हुई थी। अब ये जो है, तो सामान्यतः ये कहा जाए तुलनात्मक अध्ययन हो गया इस आयुर्वेद, बुद्धिस्ट आयुर्वेद और आयुर्वेद का। यहाँ आयुर्वेद में माने बुद्धिस्ट, माने बौद्ध धर्म में, इसके लिए भगवान बुद्ध ने भिक्षुओं को 5 वस्तुओं को, सर ने भी संभवतः उसकी चर्चा की है, वस्तुओं को औषधि के रूप में ग्रहण करने का निर्देश किया था। वे हैं सप्ती अर्थात घृत, नवनीत, नवनीत मक्खन जिसको बटर कहते हैं वह है, और तेल, उसके बाद मधु, ये एवं फणित, फणित मीन्स गुड़, मोलासेस। ये 5 द्रव्यों का निर्देश किया है औषधि के रूप में लेने के लिए। इसके अतिरिक्त वनस्पतियों से कभी औषधि के रूप में लेने का मिलता है। प्रत्येक जो ये तेल में भी कई 5 प्रकार का तेल का बताया उन्होंने। तिल तेल, सरसों तेल माने सरसों का तेल, मधुक तेल, एरंडक तेल, वसा तेल इत्यादि इनका विचार किया है। इसके प्रकार हैं। अब इसके अतिरिक्त आयुर्वेद में मुख्य रूप से 30 प्रकार की औषधियों का निर्देश मिलता है। तो तैलम तो है, उसके बाद वसा, मूलम फ्लावर्स, फलम फ्रूट, पर्णम पत्ते, अट्ठी बीज। बीज में 2 प्रकार, फलों के बीज और अनाज, ग्रेन्स, सीड्स ऑफ ग्रेन। शाखा, बार्क ऑफ ट्रीज, छाल। दंत कट्ठा माने डेंटल स्टिक्स, दांतों को की सुरक्षा के लिए निम्ब इत्यादि के दातून का विधान किया है। दंडयन नाला, जातु गम्स, लाख, जातु जतु माने लाख है, नमक है, पाउडर, चूर्ण, चूर्ण रूप में विभिन्न प्रकार के औषधियों का चूर्ण रूप में प्रयोग करने का है। फिर मांस का भी, प्रायः सभी चीजें जो है अपने यहाँ आयुर्वेद में भी प्रयोग होती हैं। अब देखेंगे मांस का इन्होंने फ्लेश का विधान किया है, बताया है, वर्णन है, मिलता है। और विभिन्न प्रकार के आयुर्वेद में भी क्रव्याद रस का वर्णन है, क्रव्याद, क्रव्यम मांस है, उसका भी है। फिर संधुपन अर्थात फ्यूमिगेशन कहा जाए। फिर अंजनम, अंजन आंखों में जो है काजल इत्यादि का काजल लगाते हैं उसको करते हैं। कुटिमुट्टम, कुटिमुट्टम का तात्पर्य है स्वमूत्र चिकित्सा। यह भी पूरा प्राचीन काल से प्रचलित है, अपने यहाँ भी है और बौद्ध धर्म में भी, सनातन और बौद्ध धर्म सभी में मिलता है। कसाव अर्थात जूस, रस निकालना, रस की चिकित्सा। नाना पानम, विभिन्न प्रकार के पान, जैसे कि आम का पन्ना इत्यादि विभिन्न प्रकार के पान जो है इनका विधान है। पन है, पान है, पान और पानानी भी है, कई प्रकार के लिक्विड ड्रिंक्स हैं। यागू है, आसव, आसव एक्सट्रैक्ट्स, पंचगोरसादि, जो पंचगव्य हम जिसकी कहते हैं वही है पंचगोरसादि। मिल्क, दही, दूध, दही, बटर मिल्क, नवनीत बटर, घी, ये 5 जो है गो पंचगोरसादि, पंचगोरस पंचगव्य के रूप में है। फिर ओदन, ओदन चावल के जो है भात के विभिन्न प्रकार के भात हैं, यह भी औषधि के रूप में स्वीकार हुआ है। सूप माने विभिन्न प्रकार के सूप जो है, मूंग के सूप, बीन्स के सूप इत्यादि भिन्न प्रकार के सूप का वर्णन है। सुरा मेराय पानम, इंटॉक्सिकेंट ड्रिंक्स ऑफ सुरा एंड मेराय, सुरापानम, मेरायपानम, युषम, आहार, इस प्रकार से युषम ये है। और फिर न्यूट्रिशंस के लिए न्यूट्रीमेंट्स जो है, आहार, ये 30 प्रकार के जो है औषधियां, विशेष रूप से औषधियों का वर्णन है। और इन त्रिपिटकों में लगभग 50 प्रकार के रोगों का वर्णन, उल्लेख मिलता है और उनकी साथ में चिकित्सा का भी विभिन्न स्थानों पर वर्णन भी मिलता है। तो कहते हैं उसमें है चक्षु रोग, डिजीज आई, श्रोत रोग माने श्रोत कान के, श्रोत रोग कान, डिजीज ऑफ हियरिंग। घान रोग, घ्राण नासिका, नाक के रोग, डिजीज ऑफ नोज। जिह्वा रोग, जिह्वा जीभ, डिजीज ऑफ टंग। काया रोग, काय रोग, काय चिकित्सा अपने यहाँ पूरा है, पूरे शरीर के जो है, शरीर से संबंधित भिन्न अंगों से संबंधित जो चिकित्सा रोग हैं। शिशिर रोग, शिशिर माने शिशिर, ठंड के कारण जो रोग हों उनको शिशिर रोग कहा। फिर कर्ण रोग, ये कर्ण रोग और सोत रोग, ये इसको अलग अलग किया है इन्होंने, 2 प्रकार से इसका किया है। मुख रोग, डिजीज ऑफ माउथ। दंत रोग, डिजीज ऑफ टूथ। कासो, कास कफ, डिजीज ऑफ कफ। सांसो, जैसे अस्थमा, ब्रोंकाइटिस इत्यादि है, डिफिकल्टी ऑफ ब्रीदिंग। पीनासो, पीनस अपने यहाँ कहते हैं, उन्हें जुखाम इत्यादि जो इस प्रकार से कोल्ड से होने वाले, ठंड से होने वाले रोग। सिर दर्द। दाहो उन्हें बुखार, गर्मी से होने वाले जो रोग हैं। जरा, जरा माने जैसा कि हम जानते हैं वृद्धावस्था, परंतु प्री मैच्योर ओल्ड एज माने समय से पहले जो है वह महसूस होना, यह भी है इसका अर्थ। मुच्छा, मूर्छा, मुच्छा पाली में है। तो फेंटिंग माने मूर्छित होना, फेंटिंग और सूनिंग। कुच्छी रोग, एब्डोमिनल डिजीजेस, पेट के संबंधित। पखंडिका, डायरिया, डिसेंट्री जो है। शूल डिजीज काज्ड बाय शार्प पॉइंटेड स्टेक और इंस्ट्रूमेंट, माने शूल जो दर्द के भिन्न प्रकार के शूल जो हैं, चुभन युक्त दर्द, उनके लिए हैं। विसूचिका, विसूचिका कॉलरा। कुट्ठम, कुष्ठ के लिए कुट्ठम, लेप्रोसी। गंडो, एन अब्सेस और बॉयल। कीलासो, ये लेप्रोसी, यह भी एक प्रकार का है। सोसो इज कंजम्पशन। अपमार, एपिलेप्सी। दड्डू, काइंड ऑफ लेप्रोसी, क्यूटेनियस एंड इरप्शन। कंडू माने खुजली, संस्कृत में भी है कंडू, यहाँ भी है, पाली में भी कंडू समान शब्द है। खुजली, इची फीलिंग और इरिटेशन। कच्छू, स्टैब। रक्षस माने चोट लगने से जो होते हैं। डिजीज काज्ड बाय इंजरीज। वितच्छिका, scabies, lohita pittam, blood comes out of mouth owing to exaggerated bile. Madhumeha, diabetes. Amsa, disease caused owing to hunger, माने व्रत रखने से, बहुत ज्यादा भोजन न करने से उत्पन्न होने वाले रोग। पीड़क, पेन caused owing to injury। भगंदल, फिसुला। पित्त समुत्थान, आबाध, disease caused by bile। सेम समुत्थान, आबाध, सेम कफ, सो कफ से उत्पन्न होने वाले रोग, फ्लेगमेटिक ह्यूमर। वात समुत्थान, अबाध, डिजीज रिजल्टिंग फ्रॉम द विंड, वायु रोग, वात से उत्पन्न रोग। सन्निपातिक आबाध, सन्निपात, डिजीज caused from the union of humors of body। उतुपारिणामज आबाध, डिजीज caused by owing to change in the season, क्लाइमेट परिवर्तन या ऋतु परिवर्तन से उत्पन्न होने वाले रोग। विषम परिहारज आबाध, डिजीज caused by virus or poison। उपक्कमिका आबाधा, अपस्मोदिक और एक्यूट पेन। कम्म विपाकज आबाध, डिजीज caused owing to result one's कर्म। शीतम, डिजीज caused owing to cold, ठंड से उत्पन्न होने वाले रोग। उन्नम, डिजीज caused owing to heat। जिघच्छा, डिजीज रिगार्डिंग हंगर, एपेटाइट, भूख से उत्पन्न होने वाले। पिपासा, थर्स्ट, प्यास से उत्पन्न होने वाले। उच्छारो, एक्सक्रीमेंट, विसर्जन। पासाओ, यूरिन, मूत्र से संबंधित रोग। दंसकास, डिजीज caused owing to बिटिंग ऑफ मॉस्किटो और फ्लाई, जैसे मलेरिया इत्यादि रोग जो मच्छर इत्यादि के काटने से होते हैं। वाताप, सारिसाप, संफसादुखम, पेन caused by wind, heat and cold। इस प्रकार से 50 प्रकार के रोगों का उल्लेख त्रिपिटक में मिलता है और इनके चिकित्सा के अन्य भी प्रकार के जो अन्य भी रोगों के, गठिया इत्यादि सारे रोगों की चर्चा है। ये तो बता दिया किससे क्या उत्पन्न होने वाले में, तो सारे इनसे उत्पन्न होने वाले रोगों की चर्चा है। फिर इसके बाद से स्त्रियों के भी विशेष के रोगों की चर्चा है, उल्लेख मिलता है और उनके चिकित्सा के लिए औषधियों का भी वर्णन मिलता है। इस प्रकार से वस्तुतः आयुर्वेद जो अपने यहाँ है उसी का स्वरूप लगभग सारे प्रकार जो है अपने यहाँ बौद्ध टेक्स्ट में उनका उल्लेख मिलता है। कारण क्या है कि सभी जो है, चाहे वो वैदिक धर्म हो, बौद्ध धर्म हो, जैन धर्म हो, ये सभी भारत में ही उत्पन्न हुए हैं। तो उनकी जो परंपरा है और जो है वह चीजें जो सामान्य रूप से सबको प्राप्त हैं वह उनमें सब में मिलता है। तो इसमें भी यही स्थिति है। यहाँ भी हम देखेंगे कि जैन धर्म में भी प्रायः यही प्रक्रिया है। वात पित्त कफ से ही रोगों के बारे में है कि रोग के कारण वात पित्त कफ की साम्यावस्था है और उनके लिए औषधियों का प्रयोग भी प्रायः यही है। अब इसके बाद थोड़ा सा तिब्बती परंपरा में चिकित्सा पर थोड़ी सी चर्चा कर लेते हैं। जैसा कि समय तो प्राय हो गया, जैसा मुझे बताया गया था 20 मिनट का समय दिया गया था, फिर भी मैं थोड़ी सी 5 मिनट चर्चा कर लेता हूँ इस पे, तिब्बती चिकित्सा पद्धति पे, और फिर उसके बाद मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम दूंगा। तो तिब्बती बौद्ध परंपरा में भी जो है आयुर्वेद, बौद्ध धर्म जिस प्रकार से भारत से ही तिब्बत गया है, तो उसके साथ साथ चिकित्सा भी वहां गई है। जैसा कि हम लोगों ने शुरू में, हम लोग सभी जानते हैं कि भगवान बुद्ध ने शिष्यों को धर्म देशना के साथ साथ आयुर्वेद की भी का उपदेश दिया था, चिकित्सा के लिए भी। और तिब्बत में ये अंतर है थोड़ा सा तिब्बती चिकित्सा में और भारतीय चिकित्सा पद्धति में, चाहे वो वैदिक हो या बौद्ध चिकित्सा पद्धति हो। वस्तुतः तिब्बत हिमालय के आसपास होने से वहाँ औषधियों के, विभिन्न प्रकार की अन्य औषधियों का भी प्रयोग हुआ है। और हम जो है भारतीय चिकित्सा व्यवस्था में, आयुर्वेदिक चिकित्सा में सीधे औषधियों का प्रयोग करते हैं, काष्ठ औषधियों का भी, छाल का, जड़ का, पत्ते का, सभी प्रकार से उपयोग करते हैं। परंतु बुद्धिस्ट मैंने बौद्ध चिकित्सा पद्धति में और विशेष रूप से तिब्बत की चिकित्सा पद्धति में इनकी अर्क का ज्यादा प्रयोग है, अर्क का ज्यादा प्रयोग मिलता है। और इसमें जो है कहा जाए कि इसकी तिब्बती में आयुर्वेद को सोवा रिक्पा कहा गया है, सोवा रिक्पा। यहाँ वाराणसी में तिब्बतन इंस्टीट्यूट में सोवा रिक्पा के द्वारा चिकित्सा होती है, और कुछ दिनों हमने भी उसका उपयोग किया है, लगभग साल भर। बैक पेन के लिए अच्छा उसका रिजल्ट रहा है, परिणाम रहा है। तो सोवा रिक्पा शब्द, तो सोवा का अर्थ है आरोग्य, रिक्पा का अर्थ है ज्ञान विज्ञान, अर्थात सोवा रिक्पा का अर्थ है ज्ञान का, आरोग्य का विज्ञान। और यह न केवल तिब्बत में अपितु तिब्बत के आसपास, हिमालय के आसपास के सभी क्षेत्रों में इसका प्रयोग मिलता है। आपके अरुणाचल में, अपने भारत में भी अरुणाचल, उधर सिक्किम, आसपास के राज्यों में, और उधर चीन में भी इसका प्रचलन है, प्रचलित है। सोवा रिक्पा को आमची के नाम से जाना जाता है तिब्बती भाषा में, अर्थात आमची, अमची का अर्थ है सभी जीवों की मां। और यह भी प्राचीनतम पद्धति हो गई। जब से कुछ उनके यहाँ तिब्बत में कुछ प्राचीन भी था, और बौद्ध धर्म के जाने के बाद, बौद्ध साहित्य के जाने के बाद भी वहाँ जब वहाँ उसका अध्ययन किया तो कुछ उसमें जो वर्णन है उनका भी करके प्रयोग और भी कहा जाए रिच हो गए उसके। और सेवा रिक्पा के लिए मूल पाठ्य पुस्तक जो उनके है वो है ऋग्वेदी। वह भी गौतम बुद्ध के द्वारा स्वयं दी गई थी और निकट रूप से बौद्ध दर्शन से जुड़ा हुआ है। और इनके सिद्धांत सोवा रिक्पा के आयुर्वेद की तरह है। हमारी बात पित्त कफ का ही साम्यावस्था है, उसी से रोगों की उत्पत्ति है। और जैसा कि प्रोफेसर बिमलेंद्र कुमार जी ने भी अपने व्याख्यान में बताया था, जीवक, नागार्जुन, बाघभट्ट इत्यादि एवं चंद्रानंदन, इन सभी के द्वारा यह संरक्षित, संवर्धित रही है, इसको आगे बढ़ाया है। और जैसा कि अभी पीछे रोगों का उल्लेख हुआ है, उन सभी रोगों में यह कार्य बहुत अच्छा कार्य करती है। यहाँ तक कि कैंसर इत्यादि में भी इसका बहुत अच्छा परिणाम रहा है। सोवा के सिद्धांत इस प्रकार से हैं। तो यहाँ भी वही है, आयुर्वेद की तरह इस पद्धति में 3 दोष हैं। जैसे हम वात पित्त कफ कहते हैं, तो यहाँ तिब्बती में लूंग, खरिस्पा और बैठकन कहते हैं। और जांच के समय में विशेषज्ञ जो वैद्य हैं वो इस तीनों का ध्यान रखते हैं। और नाड़ी परीक्षण यहाँ भी होता है। नाड़ी परीक्षण के द्वारा ये वात पित्त कफ के साम्यावस्था का ज्ञान करके और फिर उसके अनुसार उससे किस कारण से उत्पन्न है उस रोग का। जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि एलोपैथिक, होम्योपैथिक, आयुर्वेदिक 3 पद्धतियां विशेष रूप से भारत में इस समय प्रचलित हैं। तो आयुर्वेद का क्या है कि वह मूल पे उस कारण के मूल को नाश करता है, मूल का नाश करता है। होम्योपैथी जो है उस रोग के सदृश उसको आभासी रूप में एक और भ्रम उत्पन्न करता है और उससे वह जो है कहा जाए कि वो ईर्ष्या से वह कुछ उसकी कमी होती है और फिर उस दवा से उसका नाश होता है, शांत हो जाता है। परंतु एलोपैथी जो है वह केवल सिम्टम के आधार से और उस सिम्टम की चिकित्सा करता है, रोग की चिकित्सा नहीं करता है। जैसे कि उदाहरण के लिए कह लें, वृक्ष है तो वृक्ष को ऊपर से काट दिया जाए तो वह जड़ होने से, अंदर उसका मूल होने से वह फिर से उत्पन्न हो जाता है बहुशः। उसी प्रकार से एलोपैथिक भी चिकित्सा है। तो यहाँ भी आयुर्वेद की तरह तीनों उसको वात पित्त कफ की साम्यावस्था से उत्पन्न होता है और नाड़ी परीक्षण होता है। अब सोवा जो है मानव शरीर के निर्माण में 5 भौतिक तत्वों, विकारों की प्रकृति तथा इनके समाधान के उपायों को महत्वपूर्ण मानता है और इसके 7 प्रमुख आधार यानी भोजन, खून, मांस, वसा, हड्डी, मज्जा और प्राण शक्ति को भी महत्व देता है। इनके सिवा और 3 तत्व हैं विसर्जित तत्व, जिसका विसर्जन होता है, जैसे मूत्र, मल और स्वेद, पसीना। और इन्हीं 3 तत्वों से 7 प्रमुख आधारों, जो 3 तत्वों अर्थात वात पित्त कफ के से 7 प्रमुख आधारों, अभी ऊपर जो भोजन, खून इत्यादि की चर्चा है इनका, और 3 विसर्जित तत्व अर्थात मूत्र, मल एवं स्वेद, इसका नियंत्रण किया जाता है। अब सोवा के अनुसार हृदय को शरीर का राजा, फेफड़ा को मंत्री या युवराज कह लें, जिगर को राजा की पत्नी माना जाता है एवं गुर्दा को शरीर रूपी राजभवन का रीढ़ माना जाता है। अर्थात गुर्दा सबसे ज्यादा माने उसका महत्व है, वह स्वस्थ है तो शरीर भी स्वस्थ है और खड़ा रहेगा। और इसके लिए, इलाज के लिए शरीर के साथ साथ आयुर्वेद में उसके जैसा ही सोवा में भी शरीर और मन दोनों का विशेष महत्व है। इसके लिए ध्यान और योग भी सोवा का एक महत्वपूर्ण भाग है। अब सोवा में परीक्षण कैसे करते हैं, परीक्षण की क्या विधि है? तो मूल तो वही है, जैसे नाड़ी देखना, नब्ज का देखना, फिर उसके बाद चेहरा, जीभ, आंख। इसके अतिरिक्त सुबह के मूत्र की जांच। यहाँ नाड़ी के बाद दूसरा महत्वपूर्ण है मूत्र की जांच करना। और यहाँ भी बातचीत करके मैंने उससे रोगी को, मरीज से क्या कष्ट है उसके आधार पर भी रोग का पता लगाया जाता है। नाड़ी से ज्यादा इनके यहाँ माने सोवा में मूत्र के परीक्षण के द्वारा निदान करने का रहा है। अमची रोगी को, माने जो रोगी है उसके मूत्र को एक विशेष उपकरण से बार बार उसको हिलाते हैं, एजिटेट करते हैं, उससे जो है उसमें बुलबुले बनते हैं। उन बुलबुलों के आकार को देख करके, संख्या को देख करके रोग की पहचान, रोग का और उसकी गंभीरता का पहचान किया जाता है, पता लगाया जाता है। इसके अतिरिक्त मूत्र का गंध व उसके रंग की भी महत्व है, उसके आधार पर भी रोग का निदान किया जाता है। इनमें औषधि का प्रयोग, जैसा कि अभी बताया, तो हिमालय का क्षेत्र होने से हिमालय क्षेत्र में उगने वाली जड़ी बूटियों के अर्क से तैयार की जाती है। यहाँ अर्क का, सुवारिकपा में अर्क का महत्व ज्यादा है। कारण क्या है कि इस क्षेत्र की मिट्टी में बहुत अधिक मिनरल्स हैं, खनिज तत्व होते हैं, और आवश्यकता पड़ने पर जो ज्यादा कहा जाए कि कष्टप्रद भयंकर बीमारियां हैं, उसमें भस्म जो है, सोना चांदी मोती इत्यादि के भस्म भी मिला करके दिए जाते हैं। आयुर्वेद में औषधीय पौधों के सभी हिस्सों को इस्तेमाल किया जाता है, माने उसके मूल का, छाल का, पत्ते का, टहनी का भी प्रयोग किया जाता है। परंतु सुवारिकपा में अर्क का ज्यादा महत्व है। वही अर्क निकाल करके उससे दवा बनाते हैं। गोली रूप में भी औषधि का प्रयोग होता है। सुवारिकपा के साथ, सुवारिकपा के द्वारा प्रिस्क्राइब जो विहित जो औषधियां हैं, उनके साथ साथ दूसरे पैथी की औषधियां भी लेते हैं, क्योंकि इसमें कोई उससे भेद नहीं है, दिक्कत नहीं होती है। परंतु सामान्यतः एक पैथी का ही उपयोग करना चाहिए। प्राय इसमें परहेज बहुत कम बताया गया है। सुवारिकपा में परहेज बहुत कम है। कुछ ही बीमारियों में परहेज का विधान किया गया है। जैसा कि हम लोग देखते हैं डायबिटीज, मधुमेह में बहुत ज्यादा माने परहेज की व्यवस्था की गई है, परहेज का विधान किया गया है कि मीठा से दूर रहें, कम से कम। बहुत ज्यादा अगर डायबिटीज का बढ़ा हुआ है तो न लें कुछ दिनों तक तो ज्यादा है। परंतु सुवारिकपा में मीठा से परहेज नहीं कहते हैं, वो मना नहीं करते हैं कि आप मीठा मत खाइए, ऐसा नहीं, मीठा खाइए, वो ऐसा करते हैं। और जैसे अपने यहाँ भारतीय आयुर्वेद में है स्नेहन सेदन फ्यूमिगेशन, धूम्र का प्रयोग होता है, तो यहाँ भी है, ऐसा करते हैं। सुवारिकपा में सर्जरी का भी प्रयोग है, जैसे एक्यूपंक्चर और ये एक्यूपंक्चर इत्यादि का, शिरावेद, इसका भी प्रयोग है। तो जैसा कि अपने यहाँ भारतीय आयुर्वेद में है या आयुर्वेद में है, अपने यहाँ भारत में उत्पन्न जो भारत के आयुर्वेद में है, वैसे ही सभी में, चाहे वह बुद्धिज्म हो, जैनिज्म हो या बुद्धिस्ट या अन्य देशों में, बुद्धिस्ट देशों में स्थानीय आधार पर, माने स्थान काल का भी आयुर्वेद में बहुत ही महत्व है। तो स्थान काल के अनुसार भी कुछ जो औषधियों का, स्थानीय औषधियों का भी विधान है। तो यह है, तो इसमें सारी चीजें जो है प्रायः कॉमन है, सामान्य है। तो इसी के साथ तो हम देखते हैं कि प्रायः चाहे वह भारतीय आयुर्वेद कह लें, सनातन आयुर्वेद कह लें, वैदिक आयुर्वेद को कह लें, या बौद्ध धर्म में जो आयुर्वेद का विधान है, जैन धर्म में है, तो सब में समान है, आधार उनका बेस समान है। और जैसा कि यहाँ काफी वैद्य लोग भी हैं, तो सभी समझ रहे हैं, मुझसे ज्यादा जानने वाले हैं। तो वह चीजें जो है, स्थान और काल का भी महत्व होता है, किस स्थान पे है, किस काल में है, तो उसके अनुसार भी औषधियों का महत्व होता है। तो कुछ औषधियाँ जो कि देश विशेष में, स्थान विशेष में पाई जाती हैं, वह भी उन विभिन्न देशों में मिल सकती हैं, परंतु आधार सभी का सामान्य है। इसी के साथ मैं अपने वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। आप सभी को पुनः धन्यवाद देते हुए, आप सभी ने बड़े ही धैर्य के साथ, जबकि मेरे व्याख्यान में बहुत कुछ तत्व बचा नहीं था और सर ने ऑलरेडी सारी बातों को कह दिया था, तब मुझे फिर अपने चेंज करना पड़ा। मैं सामान्य बातों को ही कह के फिर आगे निकलूं। तो सभी को धन्यवाद।
नमस्कार नरेंद्र जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपने जो एक चीज जो आपने बताया जी, ये है सनातन धर्म की बात, और उसके ऊपर शुरुआत में आपने एक चीज बताया कि कैसे प्रकृति के साथ कैसे जुड़ के जो निकल आती है सोच, उसके बारे में थोड़ा और बताना जी, बिकॉज दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। क्योंकि आज के ज़माने में भी यही समस्या है। हम तो यूनाइटेड नेशंस वाले कहते हैं कि सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स, और उसमें से निकल आनी है जो कुछ, और आपकी शुरुआत में जो आपने बताया इट्स ए सेंट्रल पार्ट हमारी देश में है जी, आदि शंकरा की अद्वैत वेदांत, उसके अंदर भी है द यूनिटी ऑफ एवरीथिंग। दैट वाज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट जी। ये दूसरी चीज विद अ लिटिल बिट, थोड़ा सा जी, ये सनातन धर्म के बारे में सी, वो अगर प्रकृति से जुड़ के अगर शुरुआत करें आपके सोच, तो उसमें इतनी निकल आती है चीज, पूरा दुनिया के लिए जो निकल आती है चीज, उसमें एक सच है, which that such, that truth is for everybody। क्यों जी? तो उसके I like that very much। एक दो मिनट आपसे सुने जी थोड़ा सा, फिर then we open up for discussion।
सनातन धर्म,
हाँ जी, जो शब्द की जो एक तो है निरुक्ति कि कैसे निकल आती है ये शब्द सनातन और धर्म, और दूसरी चीज वो जो पॉइंट, दैट पॉइंट की हमारी, वी आर ऑल्सो पार्ट ऑफ दैट एनवायरमेंट, वी आर ओनली पंचभूत, वी आर ओनली पार्ट ऑफ दैट एनवायरमेंट, और हर एक, ऑल द सिस्टम्स इज बेस्ड ऑन दैट लॉजिक, एंड दैट इज सो वंडरफुल दैट वो जो जोड़ने वाली चीज that we are forgetting, उसको कैसे ले आए जी वापस। जो it is not religion, Sanatana Dharma is not religion, it is something beyond, very very superior सोच। और हिंदुस्तान में ये कैसे आया, वो जो maturity, वो that seriousness of thinking, perhaps आपके बाद शायद कुमार जी भी तरफ से भी कुछ होंगे सोच इसके ऊपर। I will listen to, we will listen to you नरेंद्र जी, थोड़ा सा, क्योंकि हर एक, जहाँ ऋग्वेद में देखो वहां भी है, मांडूक्य उपनिषद में देखो वहां भी है कुछ ना कुछ, wherever we look there is some, थोड़ा सा वो भृगुवल्ली, तैत्तिरीय उपनिषद देखो वहां भी है भृगुवल्ली उसमें। So very very important things for the whole world। भृगुवल्ली में जो आहार के साथ जो जोड़ होती है, वो हमारी कुमार जी ने जो बताया अल्प इच्छा और लंघना, उसके बाद दिस इज ऑल पॉइंटिंग इन सम डायरेक्शंस।
सनातन धर्म कहने, उसका हमने कहा जाए कि उस पर बहुत विचार तो नहीं किया है, पर केवल एक सामान्य जो है सनातन धर्म है। कारण क्या है कि हम जो है सब प्रकृति की बहुत उस पर विचार नहीं किया अभी हमने कभी। दूसरे दूसरे कार्यों में रहने के हमेशा पढ़ा तो भी, और हमेशा आपने देखा कि कुछ ट्रैक जो है चेंज रहा है। तो सनातन धर्म जो है उसको कैसे सनातन की मैंने जो कांस्टेंट है एकदम लगातार आरंभ से चला आ रहा है, सृष्टि के आरंभ से, और सृष्टि के प्रकृति से जुड़ करके, चाहे हम देखें सभी सूर्य हैं, चंद्र हैं, अग्नि है। यज्ञों में हम क्या करते हैं, यज्ञ में भी अग्नि की उपासना ही है, वो यज्ञ का लक्षण ही करते हैं, द्रव्यम देवता त्यागः। तो द्रव्य होगा यज्ञ में, तीन मुख्य तत्व हैं, द्रव्य है, देवता है, कोई एक देवता होंगे, उनको उद्देश्य करके द्रव्य विशेष का त्याग कहाँ करना है, तो अग्नि में, मूल रूप से, मुख्य रूप से अग्नि में। तो यह जो है प्रकृति, चाहे हम वैदिक जीवन पद्धति को देखते हैं, वेदों में जो वर्णित है, हम उसको जो अपनाते हैं, आज भी हम करते हैं, तो सब में प्रकृति का ही ज्यादा पूजन का है और उससे हम जुड़ते हैं। जैसे संध्या का भी विधान है, तो संध्या हम करते हैं, उसमें भी क्या है कि प्रकृति की ही एक प्रकार से उपासना हम करते हैं और अपने आप को प्रकृति से जोड़ने का और स्वयं को चाहे वो, अब देखें आयुर्वेद की विधि क्या है, वो शरीर आरोग्य हो, हमारा शरीर स्वस्थ हो, यह विधि है। तो संध्या भी हम करते हैं, तो वह भी आरोग्य के लिए है। चाहे उसमें हम देखें जो भी क्रियाएं हैं संध्या में, सूर्यार्घ्य हम देते हैं, मुख्य है सूर्यार्घ्य है, प्राणायाम है, मुख्य तीन उसके हैं, प्राणायाम, अर्घ्य और जप, तीन जो है मुख्य तत्व हैं, और उसके अलावा उसके जो है अंग हैं। तो ये सब तीनों तत्व जो हैं वह अपने आप को स्वस्थ रखना, शरीर को ऊर्जित करना, सूर्य से ऊर्जा प्राप्त करना, तो यह सभी जो भी क्रियाएं हैं वह हम जो है सारा प्रकृति से जुड़ करके और अपने आरंभ काल से ही, सृष्टि के आरंभ काल से ही यह चल रहा है, यही है। तो प्राणायाम अभी हम लोगों ने देखा, अभी कोविड काल में सबसे आधारभूत तत्व जो है प्राणायाम रहा, शरीर को स्वस्थ करने के लिए, मानसिक स्वस्थता के लिए। और अंत में जप है, तो जप भी आज तो हम माला पे और रुद्राक्ष और भिन्न प्रकार की मालाओं पे हम करते हैं, परंतु प्राचीन काल में मालाएं नहीं थी, वो प्रकृति से जुड़े हैं। तब भी जब हमें उससे परिचय नहीं था, तब भी हम जो है जप करते थे, तब उसमें हम प्राणायाम के रूप में ही जप करते थे। और से संध्या के अंदर में जप है, तो सामान्य रूप से हम जब संध्या करते हैं तो एक माला जप कर लेते हैं। तो जप किया तो एक माला जप को माने 108 बार आवृत्ति करना, यही है। अब उसी को हम प्राणायाम में 108 आवृत्ति करते हैं, तो हमारा वो 10 मिनट का प्राणायाम हो जाता है। और वह जो है जैसा कि अनुभव से हमारे माने जो अभी तक हमें लगा, तो ऋषि महर्षियों जो हमारे थे वह त्रिकाल संध्या करते थे, तो वह माला पे न करके इसी पे प्राणायाम के द्वारा ही उसमें मंत्रोच्चारण करते हुए उसकी करते थे, तो वह पूरे स्वास्थ्य के लिए रहता था। पूरी आज भी जो पंचीकरण वेदांत का सिद्धांत है, उसमें 5 तत्व हैं, जो क्षिति जल पावक गगन समीरा, ये राम गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी ने कहा है उसी को। तो यह जो है तत्व हैं, इन्हीं तत्वों का महत्व चाहे वो वैदिक काल रहा हो या उसके बाद का है, महत्व रहा है। और सभी वेदों में इन सभी को शुद्ध रूप में रखने का, प्रकृति के शुद्ध रूप में रखने का विधान है। और उनको जब हम प्रकृति से जुड़ेंगे तभी हम इन सभी चीजों से जुड़ेंगे, तभी इसको हम सुरक्षित और शुद्ध रूप में रख पाएंगे। तो यजुर्वेद का एक मंत्र है, आपो अग्न्या अस्मान मातरः, आपह जल अग्न्या अहिंस्या, जल जो है अहिंस है, क्यों है? वह हमारी माता है। तो मूलतः देखा जाए तो सबसे सर्वप्रथम माता पिता का किया है और उसी का विस्तार जो है प्रकृति को किया है। प्रकृति को भी इसी रूप में माता माना, सूर्य है, सभी प्रकृति के सभी लोगों को जोड़ा। तो ये इस प्रकार से सभी चीजें जो है कॉमन है। चाहे पृथ्वी हो, पृथ्वी के भी यजुर्वेद के ही उसमें मंत्र है, उसमें वो कहते हैं कि पृथ्वी के भी, भूमि का यज्ञ के संदर्भ में वहां वर्णन मिलता है कि यज्ञ जब हम करते हैं, यज्ञ कुंड का निर्माण करते हैं, तो सर्वप्रथम भूमि के ऊपर के 3 अंगुल के मिट्टी को हटा दिया जाए, क्योंकि उस मिट्टी में ही जीव तत्व है, उसको सुरक्षित रखा जाए और फिर तब जो है उस कुंड में, उस भूमि में अग्निकुंड का निर्माण किया जाए। इस प्रकार से क्षिति पृथ्वी के भी संरक्षण की चर्चा है और भी मिलते हैं। अग्नि का शुद्धि का है, इसलिए आप देखें कि अग्निहोत्र का विधान है, अग्नि की शुद्ध रूप से और उसको सुरक्षित रखने का उसमें पूरा विधान किया हुआ है। अग्निहोत्र वही है अग्नि का। और उसमें एक विशेष बात है कि जब यज्ञ करते हैं, अग्नि स्थापित हो गई और कुंड में अग्नि हो गया, हवन करते हैं, करने से पूर्व, आहुति देने के पूर्व में जब हम वो अग्नि पूजन करते हैं, तो खास करके वैदिक रिचुअल्स में अग्नि के एक हिस्से को, जैसे हमें पुरोडाश पकाना है, कपालोपधान करते हैं और फिर उसमें पुरोडाश इत्यादि करेंगे, या चरू पकाना है तो उसमें करेंगे, उसमें से एक अंगारे को एक किनारे अलग कर देते हैं और उसका जो है उपयोग नहीं करते हैं। उस अग्नि के हिस्से का यज्ञ के कार्यों में, यानी पाक इत्यादि में, हवन में उसका उपयोग नहीं करते हैं। क्यों? उसको क्रव्यात अग्नि कहा। क्रव्यम मांसम अतीति कव्यात। इसको हम दूसरे शब्दों में कहें श्मशान अग्नि। श्मशान में जो अग्नि है उसी को क्रव्यात अग्नि कहते हैं। तो वहां भी प्रतीक रूप में वहां भी बधान है और उसको अलग करके रखते हैं। इस प्रकार से हम देखते हैं कि ये प्रकृति के जो 5 तत्व, मुख्य 5 तत्व हैं, इनकी शुद्धता और शुद्धता का विशेष रूप से ध्यान रखा हुआ है और परंपरा से ही उसका ध्यान रखा हुआ है और इसको किया हुआ। उसी से जो है, जैसा कि सभी जगह मिलता है, अद्वैत वेदांत में वो पंचीकरण का सिद्धांत करते हैं, उसमें भी 5 तत्व हैं। गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी ने कहा, क्षिति जल पावक गगन समीरा, पंच तत्व मिल बना अधम शरीरा, या शरीर जो उसी से बना हुआ। और बाद में जो यह क्रिमेशन का विधान है, तो यह भी इसीलिए है कि यह 5 तत्व जो मिला, जो शरीर बना, वो 5 तत्वों में मिल जाए, यह रहा है। तो इस प्रकार से हम देखते हैं कि पूरी प्रकृति से हम जुड़ करके, और यह आयुर्वेद भी हमें प्रकृति से जुड़ने का ही शिक्षा देता है कि हम जो है प्रकृति से जुड़ करके ही अपने आप को स्वस्थ सुरक्षित रखें। यह है। मुझे नहीं लगता है कि मैं बहुत, जैसा आप चाहते थे वैसा कह पाया। फिर कभी के लिए इसको रखते हैं।
छोटी छोटी बात जो आपने, जो यज्ञ की जो बात बताया, दिस अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग। इसके पीछे बहुत there is a lot of thinking. I will get, thank you जी, Tiwari जी, please stay with us क्योंकि there will be some questions. I request Professor Kumar जी, नमस्कार जी, आपसे भी थोड़ा सुने जी। हमारी तरफ से 3-4 शब्द जो हमारी तरफ से just to distill आज की जो चर्चा के ऊपर, I just want to show this on the screen जी। एक तो हो गया सनातन धर्म, और दूसरी जो आपके जो प्रेजेंटेशन से आया जी, उसके I just, if I put this on the screen, I hope my Devanagari is all right, my Sanskritam is all right. So अगर गलती हो तो माफ कीजिए जी।
ठीक है।
एक तो है आपकी शब्द अल्पेच्छा, और दूसरी चीज लंघना, और जो तिवारी जी ने जो बताया स्पर्श चिकित्सा, और सनातन धर्म की बात तो हो गया। अब कारण है व्हाई आई हैव चोजन दीज 3 वर्ड्स। अब आगे दिखाएंगे, आई विल come to this a little later, मगर we will listen from you जी। कुमार जी, एक सवाल आया हमारे इसमें कि if you had to study another important Pali manuscript, document कुछ भी है, which is your favorite, where you would like to spend some more time to study?
From my side?
हाँ जी, आपकी तरफ से।
Yes.
और
Thank you,
कारण
Rajiv.
भी जी, क्यों, why are you keen on that text की पाली की जो text that you want to study a little more closely, or also your reason? Because then we can understand ki the depth of Pali unstudied manuscripts and how scholarship must proceed आगे, जो अगले 50-100 साल के लिए कुछ सोच।
So I will come to your questions which have been asked, but let me thank first of all to our Acharya Narendra Kumar Tiwari ji, who has given wonderful expositions of Ayurveda, and he has given so many dimensions of Ayurveda also, and he has also discussed that how Sowa Rigpa has become more popular in our Tibetan traditions also, and he has also given salient features of Sowa Rigpa also. But the first you have arose one question, that what is Sanatana Dharma? So in a very compact way, or in a very brief manner, Sanatana Dharma is nothing but it is a eternal way of life. That it is coming from the hoary past. It is not a new thing which has come, or which has been evolved. It is coming from the hoary past, and in another way we can say that this Sanatana Dharma is another name of Indian knowledge tradition, Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, which is coming from our the involvement of this universe also. Whenever we say Sanatana Dharma, this means that the truth which is eternal, and it is mainly based upon the nature. Whatever we are getting, the laws and the duties based upon the nature, and which have been prescribed as our duties, as eternal duties to perform our day-to-day life. This is called as, you can say, Sanatana Dharma. So nowadays, this Sanatana Dharma has been given as a Indian knowledge system or Indian knowledge traditions, that is the Bharatiya Jnana Parampara. And our Indian government has evolved this new education policy. And in this new education policy, this Indian knowledge tradition or Indian knowledge system has given much importance, that how our Indic knowledges, which are coming from the tradition or hoary past, how these are important in present day our society. How can we cope up with our problems which are in the present day society? So this in our Pali text also, or in our Sanskrit text also, we are having that at the time of the Buddha also, there were 9 types of knowledge which are available in this Jyotish, Itihas, Puran, Veda, Sankhya. So altogether there were 9 Vidyaya, or you can say the knowledge. And in Pali, it is also called as Vidya. That is the another name of, you can say, Vidya in Sanskrit. So this Vidya is nothing but this is the Indian knowledge system or Bharatiya Gyan Parampara. And there were more than 19 knowledges. And if you come to the later in the 8th century AD, we are also having that how these 19 types of knowledges from the beginning, Itihas, Jyotish, Puran, Sankhya, Puran, Upanishad, and others, how they have been summarized into 5 types of main our Indic knowledges, namely, which became more popular in our Nalanda tradition of Buddhism in 8th century VD, and Nalanda Mahavihar, which was excellent for our Indian imparting Indian knowledge system, that is the Sanatana Dharma, which was evolved at Nalanda and Takshila also. So the 5 knowledges became more popular, namely Hetu Vidya, Sabda Vidya, Pramana Vidya, Chikitsa Vidya, and Silpa Vidya. There were 5 Vidya or knowledges which were evolved from our hoary past Indian traditions, namely the knowledge. So these 5 types of knowledges, Hetu be coming from Hetu Vidya, Sabda Vidya, Pramana Vidya, Silpa Vidya, and Chikitsa Vidya. They became more popular in our Mahayana tradition of Buddhism, especially in Tibet and China. And whatever we are getting our knowledge nowadays available in our Tibetan literature, namely Kanjur and Tanjur, we are having the Indian knowledge system, because most of the Sanskrit texts were burnt out by Turk invasions or Muslim invasions. So we are not having, but these texts available in Tibetan languages or Chinese languages, they are being transcribed, or you can say translated into Indian our languages also. So this is nothing but you can say the natural duty, the Sanatan Dharma or Indic knowledge. So government is also promoting our Indian knowledge, and Ministry of Education has opened a new branch, that is the Indian knowledge system, and they are having so many projects that how our Indic knowledges, which were prevalent from the hoary past, how they can be implemented nowadays in our present society. So this is the thing in a brief manner, and much has been discussed by our Acharya Narendra Kumar Tiwari ji. And in the beginning, you had discussed some of the things that how our present generation nowadays, they have been disconnected with Pali language and traditions, and people are very much not aware of this our traditions which are available in our Indian traditions. We are quite aware that at the time of King Ashoka, Mahendra Sanghamitra were sent to Sri Lanka with all the teachings of the Buddha, with the band of monks and nuns there also. And 9 emissaries were sent to all over the globe. But this is the irony of our India, that we do not have any documentation at the time of the 6th century BC, whether it is Lord Mahavir or Lord Buddha. So there was no any documentation of Indian history at that time. And the tradition, what we are having at that time, at the 6th century BC, they were not available in our written form. Fortunately, they were, you can say, protected and preserved in Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Thailand, and other countries. Nowadays, they are coming out. And there is a past history also, that how there was Turk invasion and Muslim invasions in which we have lost our Indian traditions also. So this is the disconnecting of the Pali language. people were not aware of Pali language till James Prinsep in 1837 deciphered the Brahmi script, and he was the first person who described that this is the language of Pali, Devanam Piyadasi. And after that, the Western scholars, especially from United Kingdom, came in touch with the Pali language and literature in Sri Lanka. And a Pali text society was also formulated and established in 1881. And from that onwards, there is another history that how this our Indian knowledge system, which were prevalent in Sri Lanka, Thailand, Myanmar, they were transcribed in our Indian traditions. So whatever we are saying, the people were not aware. And the Pali language, which was introduced first of all in India, in Kolkata, first of all, University of Calcutta in 1916, as a subject, Pali was introduced. People were not aware of that language. So some of the scholars like Rahul Sankritan, Bhikkhu Jagdish Kashyap, Bhadant Anand Kaswans, they got educations and trained in Sri Lanka. They came back to India and then the Pali language. So now there is a present disconnections of the, you can say, and it is the duty of our Indian government that how the Indian knowledge systems which are available in our whether it is in Pali language or Prakrit language, they must be given a prime importance in that. So this is the thing, and you had discussed about the Alpeksha, that is the small desire. So all things Buddha says that desire and ignorance, Krishna as well as moha, that is the ignorance. These are the two reasons for the arising of the suffering. So how we have to remove this our Krishna? Until unless we do not remove all the desires, we cannot have a state of happiness or bliss or a state of eternal bliss. So Buddha always says that you must have your small desires, and the desires must be whatever it is for the sustaining of your body as well as fulfillment of that. And in that, Buddha has given so many prescriptions that there are 10 types of dhutangas, and you have to take the meals for sustaining of only your body. You have to cover your body with only the small clothage, and for that it has been evolved the chivara. There are three parts of only chivara: uttarasanga, sanghati, and antarvasaka. So only these and pindapat, elm's ball, where the wheels are. So these have been prescribed by the Buddha also, and to take shelter at the root of the tree in the night or wherever you can say. So these are the signs of the small desire or alpeksha, and you must be satisfied whatever you are having in your hands. That is why it is called as Santutti Param Dhanam. Satisfiedness is the great wealth of the persons. So ignorance has been also called that if you do not know the nature of the reality, that all things are subject to impermanence, all things are subject to suffering, and all dhammas are subject to soulless. This is creating your problem, not knowing the real nature or yathabhut yan, not having the nature of the things as they really appear. So this is the, you can say, so Buddha has given much importance to the arogya. That is the, you can say, arogya is the main, you can say, gain, and santutti, satisfiedness, is the main, you can say, wealth. So in our Indian traditions also, that if wealth has gone, nothing has gone. And if character has gone, then everything has gone. So Buddha has also given much emphasis on the character development or charitra nirvana, how you are making the you can say good help, and in that he has given some of the prescriptions for sadachar as well as you can say good company, that is the good behavior and good company. So these good behaviors are shaping your personality in the character development, as well as the good company are also giving you a sense of having the great personality also. So Acharya Narendra Tiwari ji was also discussing, and you have also raised it, that what is aspars ahar, and that is called as aspars chikitsa. So we have also discussed that there are 5 types of main system of Indian traditions of knowledge. That is the Hetu Vidya, Pramana Vidya, Sabd Vidya, Shilpa Vidya, and Chikitsa Vidya. This Chikitsa Vidya became more popular, and how he has given some of the examples for Sovarikpa and others. So in our Pali text, Buddha has said that ahar is of only 4 types: Kablikar ahar, Hasso ahar, Manosanchetana ahar, or Kablikar ahar. So here first ahar is the meal by touching the, you can say. So here touch has been defined that or Vedana. It is mainly upon the feelings what Acharya Narendra Tiwari ji was discussing. That aspars is nothing but it is a kind of Vedana. Vedana is a feeling that is which is being experienced by touching of the things. There are 6 senses: Chakshu, Srotra, Grana, Jiva, Kaya, and Man. And there are 6 objects also: Roop, Sabd, Gandh, Ras, Sprastabhya, and Dhammayatana. So having respective objects with respective senses, the relations, these have been discussed. And this Vedana is of mainly 3 types: Sukha Vedana, Dukha Vedana, and Upekha Vedana or Upeksha Vedana. Sukha Vedana is that type of feeling which is associated with body as well as mind. And that is why there are 2 kinds of Sukha Vedana, Somanasa Vedana and Sukha Vedana. In the same manner, Dukha Vedana is also of 2 types. That is the Domanasa Vedana and Dukha Vedana. Domanasa Vedana is unpleasant suffering or feeling which is associated with the body as well as mind. But Dukha Vedana is only physical. But Upekha Vedana is, you can say, that is the mental only. So here spars ahar is that by touching with the respective objects by the respective senses, it is also a kind of spars. Even an example has been given that how a mother gives her baby or child by, you can say, touching happiness. And if a child takes that feeling of the mother by touching, it also creates vibrations in the body of the baby or the child. So spars is also called as a kind of healing, and that this healing has been given much importance in our Buddhist traditions also, or in Chikitsa Vidya or medicine traditions also. So this is the main thing. And one question you had also asked me in the beginning, that what is pramad and apramad? So these 2 things, Buddha, the last words of the Buddha, if you go through that, then Buddha says that Vai Dhamma Sankhara Apamadena Sampadita, that all things are subject to impermanence, work with diligence. But the last words of the Buddha were that work with diligence, that whatever the works are coming to you, you just accomplish with your work with more diligence. Because if there is no diligence, then it creates idleness. This is called as alasya, and this alasya creates pramad, and this pramad is the origin of the violence. And that violence, Buddhism in the second eightfold path, that is the Samma Sankappo, there are three types of right determinations. That is the Nekham Sankappo, Abhyapad Sankappo, and Abhihinsa Sankappo. So here, Abhyapad Sankappo, that is the right determinations related with Abhyapad, non-hatredness or non-antipathy. That is the another name of friendliness, that a desire to help others. So this is the, you can say, the thing which has been asked by the Buddha, that how you have to make determinations that let others be all, you can say, have universal friendliness. And this is called as, so pramad creates you can say violence, and Buddhism does not believe in violence. And when Acharya Nagarjuna was asked by his followers that if you would like to summarize the whole teachings of the Buddha in single word, then what can you term this? Then Acharya Nagarjuna told that this is the name of ahimsa, that is the non-violence. So non-violence has given much importance in Jainism also and in Buddhism also. This ahimsa is another name of, you can say, compassion. We have also discussed that what is the compassion. It is not only the verbal sympathy, but how you are making an effort to get associated with the person of the concern who is suffering, and how you are making an effort to remove those sufferings, and how it creates vibrations in your heart. Par dukhe haday kampanam. So this is called as compassion. So this is the right determinations, and this is why in the Dhammapada Buddha has said that apamado amatam padam, that apramad is the amrita pad, that is the state of eternal bliss. So that has been given much importance. So these are some of the points which you have asked me in the beginning, and one another langhana. Langhana
Kumarji,
is
there is a question here from, sorry to interrupt you, Kumarji,
Yes,
a
sir.
question from Agniotriji here.
yes.
How did you become interested to study Pali language and Buddhism, irrespective of your religious leanings and
Ground.
background?
Huh. I am
We are
Hindu
coming,
by
Kumarji, before we are coming to, we have just come up to 9 o'clock. We are 3 minutes past 9 o'clock in this time. We can sit and listen
to be
to
very
you.
frank, I just by religion I am Hindu, by profession I am Buddhist. But the thing that how I became interested, it is also history. I wanted to become a civil servant, and for preparing Indian civil services examinations, I had opted one subject as a Pali language literature. So for that purpose, I had joined the Department of Buddhist Studies, and I learned Pali there also. And I appeared for the civil services twice, but I could not be able to succeed that. Then I made my career Pali language literature. I did a MPhil, I did my PhD, and that got interested in this Pali language literature. I became lecturer in Viswabharati University, Santiniketan. Again, I became a lecturer in Pali at Banaras Hindu University, Kasi Hindu Vishwavidyalaya. So this is the background that how I became interested. And then when I adopted my career as an assistant professor in Pali, then I devoted my whole career for this, and I am associated with the teaching as well as research in this Pali language literatures.
We are
Any
very
more?
fortunate that this is the course that events took, and very happy that you didn't, I shouldn't say this, but very happy that you are doing Pali.
Yes.
And that we can learn so much from you. There is a request also,
Yes,
Ji. There is we want to hear the same from Tiwari Ji, but before we do that, number one, we have just passed 5 minutes past 9 o'clock.
Yes.
I think the discussion is so exciting. The points that are coming out are so exciting. There is a feeling here that we must see how to extend this into one collaboration. And that collaboration is in this, a possible idea is in this slide that I wish to present on the screen. Number one is this slide here about Nagarjuna and Nagarjuna's Panchadasha Prakara.
Yes.
Tadlakshanam Panchadasha Prakara, Aharakamsya Swadanam Vibhaga. And then it goes to Purusha Mutre, and so on. It goes to all of this. A beach made all this in the middle is still valid as long as human beings are human beings. They have to eat, they have to sleep, they have to. And this is physiology. And this physiology is important. But at the same time, there is some history also, what you have given us today. And I am highlighting here one initiative here in London, at the University College London, which is the place where Mahatma Gandhi studied law. And it is about the heritage and archaeology of health and medicine initiative. And out of the two people involved, Naomi Sykes and Julia Shaw, I just want to highlight here Dr. Julia Shaw. She did her PhD in Sanchi. That is her project work. And so this is I'm hoping that we can initiate a dialogue with these kind of people to develop some collaborative work between UK and BHU, UK and other locations in India, Nalanda, BHU. Now, in terms of language and Sanskrit, I'm putting here my favorite darshana, Sankhya. And I'm using the first word, you use this word, dukkha. And this is the first word in the 68 sutras of Kapila's Sankhya. And this dukkha can be interpreted in many ways. And my Sankhya guru says, look at it from the contemporary relevance. It can be interpreted in so many ways. Try and understand this from terms of contemporary relevance. And he talks about the Purusha Arthajnanam. And this is the last sutra. He says, if you understand these sutras using language like Tiwari ji has mastered, and so many others have mastered, you can see the contemporary relevance of this Maharishi Kapila's sutras, the 68 sutras that he gave us. Now, I'd asked the question about Sanatan Dharma, and we're saying this jod, this connection with the environment. From a biology and modern biology perspective, this is what we are understanding now, which is so much in line with the principles that gave rise to Sanatan Dharma. Shown here very briefly is the concept of how we can understand how the body changes. You said correctly, everything is dynamic. How the body and the expression of certain genes, how they change with the ritus, with the seasons. And here the paper emphasizes so many things. Some genes are expressed high, some the expression is reduced. And when we look at this, it is connecting with the immune system. So on one hand, Sanatan Dharma and the deep connection with the Prithvi and all the, they say, Tiwari ji ne jo bataya ki everything is connected, everything is interconnected. Even when we are 2,500 years away from what we are celebrating today, which is Buddha's Janam, we can see many areas where we see that connection, not only in terms of Dinacharya, but also in terms of Swastha Vritta. This is Agnihotriji's principle here in Cambridge. Simon is here, and he is looking at the movement of stem cells in the body, and he finds that these stem cells from our Majja Dhatu, from our bone marrow, is moving away at a time which is along the lines of Brahma Muhurta, that there is a migration, that dynamic migration is taking it away. And the reason why I'm raising all this is because on the 12th of this month, there was the India-UK Healthcare Summit here in London. It was hosted at the Royal College of Physicians, which was founded in 1518 by King Henry VIII. It is the oldest college, medical college in England in terms of learned people. And in there, we had presentation by our Indian High Commissioner, Gayatri Kumarji, High Commissioner for India and the United Kingdom, and also the first female registrar of this 500-year-old institution, Catherine Edwards. What was very exciting, and that came through in this event, in the discussions, is this coat of arms. This coat of arms has within it some features. Sparsh comes here. Nadi Pariksha, somebody is holding the hand. Or Anar, pomegranate, is here in the bottom. 500 years later, it seems like we need to rethink these things, not only for 500 years, but 2,500-year history needs to be revisited. And we need to understand this thing. This is Sparsh, skin, interacting with skin. And this is what modern biology understands in terms of nerves and the different, all that you have said, Kumarji, that when the child and the mother, the touch of the skin, how that sends an impulse even before the child can talk. All this has been recognized by Nobel Prizes in physiology and medicine. As early as 2004, the Indriyas that you mentioned, this is for the olfactory system, gandh, smell. And this is last year for touch and temperature. So there is something that is going on, but these people don't know about our ancient Indic systems. So there is a gap there, and I hope we can understand. This is Nagarjuna's indicators, Panchadasha Prakara on the left-hand side. Here is the new language on the left-hand side, is the new language, understanding the activity of genes in terms of COVID-19 expression. Some people are more susceptible, some people are less susceptible, and understand. It can be understood using a new language, very much like Sanskrit. This is also a language, the language of genes and the gene activity. Our person, the Sidney Brenner here in Cambridge, who told us about the genetic code, he also said, occasionally he would say that we need to teach biologists and doctors a new language. And what is that new language? Now, somewhere I feel in old thinking, like Sanatan Dharma that Tiwari ji mentioned, is this new language. Somewhere in Sanatan Dharma, somewhere in Advaita Vedanta, somewhere in Adi Shankara's thinking, is this new language. And that language, when it is applied, we get Ayurveda. My interpretation is that Ayurveda is this new language for global interactions and global benefit and global best practice. The global best practice could be in ancient systems. What are all that we are talking about is best practice. It is still valid. We have to define the science behind this. Here is an interaction with the Department of Physiology in All India Institute of Medical Science in New Delhi. I hope these kind of interactions, as I mentioned, for UCL and Dr. Julia Shaw, I hope these interactions can be made to happen with a little more exploration between scholars like yourselves, Tiwari, Kumarji, and connecting with our Indic sciences. August 2020, I presented briefly at SDM's Hassan, and we were celebrating the 25th anniversary of the establishment of the Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences in Karnataka. And I was talking about the science of wellness and the lessons from India's ancient system for health and well-being, informing integrative medicine, future global healthcare systems, and most importantly, medical education and research. At the opening, Modi ji was very correct in saying that the University of Health Sciences is in the prime of its youth. It is only 25 years old, but we need to think even bigger and do even better. And we need to constantly look for that excellence somewhere. And the example given for Karnataka, 30 districts, 54 medical colleges, 43 Ayurveda colleges, Unani colleges, homeopathy colleges, etc. And that resource is there, but when trouble comes, we are in big trouble. And this was the problem. This is the contemporary relevance of this knowledge. What do you have presented? Kumarji, what do you have presented today? The contemporary relevance. Hence the reason for asking these difficult or strange questions. कब से आपकी जोड़ पाली के साथ और आगे के लिए क्या है, क्या करें हम? और जो नरेंद्र जी जो बताया, वही सवाल नरेंद्र जी आपसे भी, कि नालंदा की तरफ अगर यहाँ से सोच लगाएं, कैसे होगा इंटरैक्शन और कैसे करें इंटरैक्शन आप लोगों के साथ और यूनिवर्सिटी कॉलेज लंदन वालों के साथ, कहीं जर्मनी वालों के साथ, कि आपकी जो समझ, जो संस्कृत की समझ, उसको लेके और जो हमारी पुराना आपके जो ट्रेडिशनल एक्सपर्टीज काशी से जोड़ें, कैसे जोड़ें और दुनिया को कैसे दिखाएं कि हमारे पास भी है, आज भी है हमारे पास वो समझ, जिससे आगे की जो हम कहते हैं वन अर्थ वन हेल्थ एजेंडा, वो कैसे ले आए, कैसे, how to implement this. So for sorry to have taken this, but this is the reason why we asked, जो सवाल जो पूछा हमने, जो अग्निहोत्री जी ने पूछा, और we have अग्निहोत्री जी, हमारी टाइम तो 9:17 टाइम है हमारे पास, थोड़ा और तो सुने, शायद तिवारी जी से पहले सुने, फिर शायद हरीश जी है हमारे साथ जी टोरंटो से, हरीश जी से भी सुने थोड़ा एक दो शब्द। तो तिवारी जी आपकी तरफ देख के थोड़ा बताना जी, कैसे करें ये जो जोड़ यूरोप और या यूके या पूरा यूरोप और नालंदा की तरफ कैसे करें, और आगे के लिए आपके मन में क्या है जी सोच, कि कैसे ले जाएं हमारी सनातन धर्म की सोच पूरा दुनिया की तरफ? अनम्यूट कर दीजिए जी।
नहीं, वो ऐसा कहें कि वो तो एक नोबल काज है जो आपने जो कह रहे हैं, बता रहे हैं। और हमारे यहाँ प्रोफेसर बिमलेंद्र कुमार जी भी हमारे बोर्ड ऑफ मैनेजमेंट से जुड़े हुए हैं, वैसे भी हैं। और हमारे यहाँ हमारे वीसी साहब और हमारे डिपार्टमेंट के अन्य अदर डिपार्टमेंट से, पाली और बुद्धिस्ट स्टडीज डिपार्टमेंट के लोग भी बहुत ज़्यादा उत्सुक होंगे माने इसके लिए, इसमें ज्वाइन करने के लिए। और काशी के लिए तो काफ़ी लोग मिल जाएंगे, यहाँ थोड़ी संख्या आपको कम मिल सकती है, पर काशी में तो आपको आजकल प्रायः लोग इस तरह के कार्य ज़्यादा कर रहे हैं। और IIT BHU,
हाँ जी, वहाँ
भी इसमें काफ़ी काम चल रहा है और लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, इस पर भी काम कर रहे हैं। और 2-3 हमारे जूनियर तो हैं, तो अभी हैं वहाँ, काम कर रहे हैं उस पर, जैसे न्याय और विभिन्न दर्शनों से,
बिल्कुल
विशेष करके न्याय के हैं, पर साथ में अब वो जैसा कि आप जानते होंगे कि न्याय जो है तो उसके अन्य जो है कहा जाए पूर्व पक्ष अदर दर्शन से हैं,
नरेंद्र जी, अगर आपकी कैमरा थोड़ा सा करें, then वहाँ बहुत बढ़िया जी, शाबाश, बहुत बढ़िया. So that it is.
तो उससे जो है कि वो इंटरेक्शन बहुत अच्छा हो सकता है. इस लाइन पे भी कुछ काम चल रहा है, तो ये अच्छा होगा कि सब लोग जुड़ जाएं, जुड़ करके काम करें एक दिशा में. वो अभी थोड़ा वहाँ थोड़ा वहाँ थोड़ा वहाँ हो रहा है, तो इससे अच्छा होगा कि रिपीटिशन नहीं होंगे और अच्छा होगा. और इसके लिए नवनालंदा महाविहार तो पूरी तरह से तैयार है. और मैं समझता हूँ कि एक बार वीसी साहब से भी बात सूचित कर दिया जाए तो काफी अच्छा रहेगा. और
इसमें
काफी इंटरेस्टेड हैं वो इस तरह के कार्य के लिए.
इसमें हमारी मन में यह आ रहा कि जो अंडर ग्रेजुएट स्टूडेंट्स को लेके करेंगे प्रोग्राम, जिससे थोड़ा व्हेन दे आर स्लाइटली यंगर थोड़ा और टाइम मिलता है, वो जो इंटरेक्शन जो होनी है. तो अंडर ग्रेजुएट लेवल पे कुछ ना कुछ करें. शायद हमारे साथ है जी हरीश वर्मा जी टोरंटो से, उनसे भी पूछें थोड़ा सोच इसके बारे में. हरीश जी प्रणाम जी.
प्रणाम सर, प्रणाम. मैंने एक क्वेश्चन भी पोस्ट किया सर. दोनों स्पीकर्स के लिए क्वेश्चन था एक एक. डॉक्टर कुमार जी का लेक्चर बहुत कमाल का था, लेकिन एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन की हाउ वी कैन बैलेंस स्पिरिचुअल एंड मटेरियल लाइफ.
अच्छा,
अगर ये बड़ा एक क्वेश्चन आता है और बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स भी पूछते रहते हैं, क्योंकि जब हमने अपनी मॉर्गेज पे करनी है, बिल्स पे करनी है, तो हमें पैसा चाहिए. लेकिन जब हम अध्यात्म को पढ़ते हैं, हमें लगता है कि नहीं मटेरियल से हमें दूर रहना है. तो उसका बैलेंस कैसे क्रिएट करें? दूसरा
that is the alpiksha. We have to control our senses. We have our 6 senses, so we have to control our senses as much as we can not get associated with the respective objects. So that is the main criteria for not having, you can say, lust or rag or nandi or attachment with the respective objects.
कोई लक्ष्मण रेखा भी है जी, कि कोई लक्ष्मण रेखा है कि
no one can say that this is the landmark or this is the boundary where can we get. But there is the only thing that how can we control our consciousness, how can we can purify our consciousness. So the purification of our consciousness has been given, and there are so many methods also through which we can control our consciousness. So all actions and variations of the actions are being manifested by our mind also. So only thing is that how can we control our mind? So Buddhism and the Buddha also give us that if you have controlled your mind, then everything is in your control. So let us have that how we are controlling our mind also, and how we can remove some of the impediments or you can say the hindrances which are putting in the path of concentration or meditations. So we have to tackle those hindrances and impediments, and then we can have a happy balancing of our life also.
थैंक यू सर. और मेरा दूसरा सवाल डॉक्टर तिवारी जी से है कि अगर सोवा रिग्पा के प्रिंसिपल सेम हैं पंच महाभूत के, त्रिदोष के, तो हमें एक अलग से सिस्टम को रिकॉग्नाइज करने की क्या जरूरत है? हमें अलग से इंस्टीट्यूशन खोलने की क्या जरूरत है? व्हाई इट कांट बी पार्ट ऑफ आयुर्वेदा?
ये स्वयं आयुर्वेद ही है. दिस इज द आयुर्वेदा itself. But as I told you, and there are, as I told earlier, and there are many Vaidyas I'm seeing on this platform. They know this is the one thing is also important. Besides this Vata Pitta Kapha, Sthan and Kala is also important. For that, we have this and Sowa Rigpa is the name is also the same is Arogya Ka Vigyan. That is Ayurveda itself. The name is the same, only the language is the change. And according to climate, according to Desha, I mean Sthana, they have a little bit changes into their method. I mean, they are using more arc than the, I mean, Aushadhi, this mool, I mean, roots and etc., whatever is prescribed in that Ayurveda. So according to their climate, I told in my speech that in the region, Himalayan region, the soil contains more minerals, etc. So therefore, they need a little bit, their method is a little bit changed, little bit, not. The main core concept is the same. Core concept is the same.
Yes, sir.
तिवारी
Thank
जी,
you. Thank you.
स्थान मतलब देश, वो भी हो सकता
देश,
है।
परिस्थिति, where we are. Just like Sthan means I am now in Nalanda. So Nalanda and Kashi has a different climate, a little bit different. The same way, here Nalanda and Tibet have different, totally different climates. So therefore, they have a different kind of treatment. But the base is, the core concept is the same, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and they say the name are the only the same. They are using the term in Tibetan only.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. मैं बस डॉक्टर मदन जी 1 मिनट मुझे लेना है क्योंकि मुझे थोड़ा जाना भी है।
बिल्कुल जी।
तो डॉक्टर तिवारी जी, आई एम डॉक्टर हरीश वर्मा फ्रॉम टोरंटो। हम लोग यहाँ पर प्रैक्टिस ऑफ आयुर्वेदा, प्रमोशन ऑफ आयुर्वेदा एंड प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ आयुर्वेदा का काम कर रहे हैं, प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ आयुर्वेदा का। और मेरी कोशिश है कि जितना आयुर्वेदा की चीजों को लोग बाहर लेके गए हैं उसको दोबारा हम आयुर्वेदा में लेके आए। बहुत सारे लोगों ने पास्ट में इस तरह का प्रयास किया, उसमें से ही यूनानी मेडिसिन निकली, उसमें से इवन कुछ होम्योपैथी के प्रिंसिपल्स निकले। बहुत सारे लोगों ने इसकी डिस्टॉर्शन की और हम लोगों का प्रयास है कि हम आयुर्वेदा को एक्सपेंड करें, आयुर्वेदा के लिटरेचर को बड़ा बनाएं, मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजीज को आयुर्वेदा में लेके आए, सो दैट हम आयुर्वेदा के लिटरेचर को एक्सपेंड कर सकें, हम अपना फार्माकोपिया, अपना एनसाइक्लोपीडिया इसको बड़ा बना सकें। ऐसा मेरा प्रयास है, इसलिए ये सवाल पूछा था।
नहीं, ठीक है, ऐसा ही कुछ जो है कार्य कुछ BHU में भी, मेडिकल कॉलेज में हो रहा है। 2 लोगों के, माने दोनों हमारे परिचित हैं। डॉक्टर AK पांडे हैं आयुर्वेद में, काय चिकित्सा के, और दूसरे हैं डॉक्टर अमित कुमार सिंह, इज वन ऑफ माय फ्रेंड, चाइल्डहुड फ्रेंड, ही इज इन द मॉडर्न मेडिसिन। तो दोनों लोगों में ये जैसे आप कह रहे हैं वैसा ही कुछ होता है। वह जो है अभी जैसे हमने अर्क की बात की, तो वो अमित कुमार सिंह जो है वो एक्सट्रैक्ट निकाल करके वो दे रहे हैं, और ये कहते हैं कि नहीं हमें एक्सट्रैक्ट क्या, हम तो डायरेक्ट दे दें तो भी उससे फायदा होगा। तो ये थोड़ा सा चल रहा है, पर ये कार्य इस तरह का वो भी कर रहे हैं, वो चीजों को वापस ले आने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं मॉडर्न मेडिसिन में भी। जो औषधियां आयुर्वेद में बताई गई हैं उनका जो है उपयोग करके, उस पर रिसर्च करके उसका एक्सट्रैक्ट निकाल रहे हैं और वो काम कर रहे हैं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद तिवारी जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप हमें कनाडा से भी ले आएंगे जी बच्चे हिंदुस्तान की तरफ, टोरंटो से, क्योंकि अब हरीश जी का चलता रहता वहाँ यूनिवर्सिटी हेल्थ नेटवर्क करके 5000 हॉस्पिटल बेड्स के साथ उनकी जो बातचीत जो चलता रहता, तो वहाँ से भी आएंगे जी बच्चे सीखने के लिए पाली और संस्कृतम और इंडिक साइंस और हमारे जो अप्लाइड साइंस। सो हमारे तरफ से
प्रोफेसर मदन जी एक सेंटेंस मुझे बोलना है।
हाँ जी, प्लीज।
थैंक यू सर, नमस्कार। और डॉक्टर हरीश वर्मा जी के लिए हम एक सेंटेंस एड ऑन करना चाहेंगे तिवारी जी के साथ में। जैसा उन्होंने कहा कि अगर रोवा सिप्पा अगर एक ही चीज है ना, तो फिर उसको हम अलग से क्यों पढ़ें या क्या करें। तो मैं बताना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि ये तिब्बतियन लैंग्वेज, तिब्बतियन पैथी के हिसाब से ये एग्जिस्ट करती है, ये चल रही है, वो लोग चला रहे हैं एक सेक्टर विशेष में। तो अभी उत्तराखंड गवर्नमेंट ने और मोरओवर हमारे NCISM ने इसको इस रूप से रिकॉग्नाइज किया है कि इसको भी डालें। जैसे हम यूनानी और सिद्धा को लेते हैं, वो भी तो नहीं आयुर्वेद मर्ज कर रही है, जबकि वो लोग काम तो आयुर्वेद से ही लगभग बराबर कर रहे हैं, शब्द और उनके रिसोर्सेज वही हैं। तो अभी न तो कोई इसमें BMS टाइप कोई एडमिशन हो रहा है, कोई इनको अभी एजुकेशन नहीं, केवल इनको अभी पे लिटरेचर लिया है, हार्डली अभी शायद 10 साल भी नहीं हुए होंगे, और बेसिक नॉलेज भी अभी हमारे एकेडमिशियंस लेवल पर भी नहीं हो रही है। तो उनको उनकी शब्दावली, उनकी लैंग्वेज उनके हिसाब से रखते हैं। सिद्धा में भी अर्घ है, बहुत सारे अर्घ लोग, अर्घ अजवाइन है, अर्घ जीरा है, वो बहुत चलाते हैं। तो इसलिए वो मतलब वो एक आइसोलेटेड हुआ करते थे, उनको भी इंक्लूड किया है। इन दैट वे वी कैन से वी आर इनकॉर्पोरेटिंग ऑल द एग्जिस्टिंग say pathies which are near to our Ayurveda and also existing in India. तो हमारा वो तिब्बत का, भूटान का, वो जितना क्षेत्र उधर का है, उसमें बड़ा अच्छा इनका है, और हम लोग आज बड़े एनलाइटन हुए तिवारी जी के उससे, वो बात बताएंगे। तो हरीश जी उसको अभी आप उस रूप में रखिए कि वो भी अपना सेपरेट एग्जिस्टेंस चाहते हैं, एंड दैट्स व्हाई गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया along with आयुष मंत्रालय giving that much recognition to them. Thank you.
हरीश जी, आपकी जो बात, इट इज ऑल्सो सिमिलर कि सिद्ध वालों की वही शायद उसी तरह एक सवाल है कि देयर इज सिमिलैरिटी, बट देश and their practice has given a new kind of thinking in this point. Harish ji, thank you so much. Tiwari ji, Kumar ji, ये देखो कैसे दुनिया, how the world is connecting. पता नहीं कहाँ कहाँ बैठे हम लोग, बिना पासपोर्ट, बिना प्लेन में चढ़ाने के, फिर भी हाई क्वालिटी बातचीत, डिस्कशन, वेरी हाई क्वालिटी डिस्कशन, और बहुत वेरी वेरी फैसिनेटिंग आउटकम from the discussions. हमारे साथ है जी, before I give the floor back to Pawan ji who is joining us, जयेश ठक्कर जी है जी हमारे साथ कलकत्ता से। जयेश जी नमस्कार। और हमारे साथ है जी दोमा जी तेलंगाना से, सीनियर वैद्य हमारे साथ है। दोमा जी से भी एक दो शब्द सुने। दोमा जी नमस्कार। Doma ji is very interested in rural health कि इस टाइप का सोच जो हमारे पास है, गांव की तरफ कैसे ले चले और गांव की समस्याओं को कैसे उसके ऊपर कैसे we can bring some difference. Doma ji नमस्कार। सर दोमा जी नमस्कार। जयेश जी नमस्कार।
नमस्ते सर।
जयेश जी थैंक यू सो मच। जयेश जी की मन में ये इच्छा है कि गांव की तरफ होनी चाहिए हमारी जो कुछ है पद्धतियां, गांव की सेहत, गांव की तरफ कैसे करें हमारी जो भी है हमारे पास, मॉडर्न या एंशिएंट। जयेश जी की है क्लिनिक कलकत्ता में और गांव में भी, तो हफ्ते में एक दो बार गांव में भी करता काम। जयेश जी नमस्कार।
हाँ नमस्ते सर। जो मुझे समझ आ रहा है, जब हम लोग आचार्य चरक कहते हैं तो वो कहीं ना कहीं मूवमेंट, जैसे हम लोग आज ये अवेयरनेस सेशन कर रहे हैं, तो लोगों तक ये मैसेज ले जाना है। वो कोई भी रिलीजन हो, रिलीजन के सपोर्ट पे कोई भी पैथी हो, ट्रीटमेंट हो, मेडिकल साइंस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। हेल्थ अगर एक कंट्री का, एक नेशन का अच्छा रहता है तो वहाँ के लोगों में प्रोस्पेरिटी और डेवलपमेंट आता है। तो किंग का सपोर्ट हमेशा रहा है। तो जब भी जो रिलीजन आया, जैनिज्म था या जब बुद्धिज्म था, सब रिलीजन के समय अपने आप को डेवलपमेंट हुआ। ड्यूरिंग द बुद्धिज्म वी नो कि श्रीलंका में कैसे वो आयुर्वेद ले जाया गया, अदर कंट्रीज में किस तरह ले गया। तो ये मैसेज जो है रिलीजन के साथ पैरेलल चलना, समवेयर व्हाट आई हैव सीन इज दैट कि इवन आयुर्वेद में ऑन डेट देखेंगे, whether it's any group, whether it's Patanjali or Art of Living CC or ISA Foundation or any, they are working with religion group, and with that the traditional living or Ayurveda healing goes, because जो pharma concept है वहाँ पे money making business is the primary focus, or when it comes to the religious group it's that the people stay healthy, people get associated more and more. तो ये जो concept पहले से ही, जैसे हम लोग सनातन धर्म की भी बहुत अच्छी बातें हुई कि इट्स नॉट ए धर्म, इट्स ए वे ऑफ लिविंग। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये रिलीजन के साथ अपने को, मेडिकल साइंस को लिविंग के साथ, इवन आयुर्वेद मीनिंग इज वे ऑफ लिविंग। सो विद दैट इफ वी कैन टेक इट टू द masses, we can take it to more people, because like Sanskrit there are Pali and other manuscripts and literature which only very few selected people knows. How can we take it? आप जैसे इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम का बता रहे थे, तो ये पदार्थ विज्ञान और ये जो भी अपने जो कंसेप्चुअल बेसिक फिलोसॉफी है, स्कूल लेवल या उस लेवल पे जाना चाहिए। जब पब्लिक मासेस में समझ आएगा तो दे विल themselves start living it. So I think this is a very important topic discussed. I'm thankful to all the speakers, and this was just a little viewpoint of mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayesh ji. I think Tiwari ji might want to comment थोड़ा सा शायद, और कुमार जी की तरफ से थोड़ा सा। थैंक यू तिवारी जी। ये जो दो नाम आपने जो बताया, पांडे जी, AK पांडे जी और अमित कुमार सिंह BHU में, उनको भी प्लीज एनकरेज देम टू जॉइन आवर प्लेटफॉर्म जी। आप लोग तो है ही है, मगर इनको भी प्लीज एनकरेज कि आगे जो प्रोग्राम्स जो होंगे पवन जी का, उसमें प्लीज, बिकॉज इस टाइप का डिस्कशन से बहुत कुछ निकलता है जी, बहुत बहुत।
जरूर जरूर सर।
थैंक यू जयेश जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच। अगर अब तिवारी जी आपकी तरफ से कुछ one or two last words before we put the platform back to Pavan ji and to Agnihotri ji. Kumar ji, आपसे भी if you have one or two few words about today's event, कि कमियां क्या थी हमारी आज की प्रोग्राम में, या कहाँ और क्या हो सकती है, please guide us.
Thank you, Dr. Madan ji. I think this is the best platform to interact with the scholars of different parts of the globe, and without having any expenses we can say something about our topic and that thing. The only drawback of which I found that this webinar on this important aspect has been not given wide publicity.
अच्छा.
And only if you go through the number of participants, we are only 9 or 10. So it would have been given wide publicity among all the persons who are involved in our Ayurveda or Ayush, you can say, institutions which are imparting education related with medicine. That would have been much popular for this independent research ethics society also. So when we are interacting, it must have been open to all. So
कुमार जी, शायद ये जो quick response जयेश जी से कि this is, we are a young organization, we are a small organization. What is more important for this initial round is the intimate interaction, जो इस type का जो interaction, where open discussion and thinking about what possibility for the future. आपके point is taken. The thing is, everything is recorded and is in our archive. So if you visit the archive, you will see every minute of this proceeding is recorded. We can visit, we can listen. हमारे साथ आते रहते जी Sweden से कभी some people, and you will see their points, their expressions, and we get people from every part of the world. So the recording is there, and people are visiting. If we follow the number of people views we have had, there are people visiting and viewing. मगर आपके इसमें से जो निकलनी चाहिए जी, is a distilled points की future आगे के लिए क्या है. So we are very fortunate that we could have both of you senior people here today with us, and open discussion, including comments that you have given us today. Your point is very well noted. We know this is a slight, not a weakness. It's the style of this thing. The people who come to the platform must interact, and that is what is happening here. But I think Pavanji is listening to us, and he knows.
Only last words I would like to say are the last words of the Buddha, not last words of my, you can say, interactions. Arogino khemino hontu sabbe satta bhavantu sukhitatta. That let all the beings be healthy, let all beings be in a state of happiness. With these words, I am thankful to all the members of this Independent Research Ethics Society. So I will be glad to interact in future also. And I am thankful to Dr. Pawan Sharma, Dr. Madanji, and others who have B.K. Agunahatri and those who are our members of this society. So thanks to everyone for having this platform to interact our traditions, Indic knowledge, or you can say the Indian knowledge, especially in the field of Arogya, the Ayurveda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, जी.
Yes.
तिवारी जी, अगर आपसे कुछ कहो, प्लीज.
नहीं, 2 लाइन में क्या कहूँ, ये कहना है कि ये मैंने क्वालिटी एंड क्वांटिटी का मैटर है ये. फॉर गुड क्वालिटी स्मॉल नंबर इज गुड, but we have to choose, we have to introduce good people to this noble cause.
Yes.
So those who are interested and really interested, and those who are working in this field, we should introduce in this platform, to this platform. And also at the end, I just say concluding remark is sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhatrani pashyantu, ma kasyit dukkha bhag bhavet. So this is the message for the society, and this is for us too. And with this remark, I thank you all for inviting me and listening. And I also learned many things. I have to improve myself also.
Thank you.
So that's the
We will keep disturbing, Tiwari ji, we will keep disturbing you, and we will keep asking you questions now that you have given your details. Thank you so much. Kumar ji.
This is our tradition. Vade vade jayate tattva. So by the questions, we improve ourselves. Whether it is questioner or those who are answering, both are
important, equally
evolving
important.
ourselves.
Kumar ji, my respects to everybody in Kashi, BHU.
Thank
and
you
we
very
are
much.
very honored that both of you have joined us today and enlightened us with such amazing thoughts.
Sir, I would like to say something.
Scholarship. And there is Pavanji, so I give the floor back to Pavanji. Pavanji, namaskar.
Yes, on 31st, we will have 2 events. First of all, we will have webinar on National Quit Tobacco Day. 3 speakers are there. And then at 7 or 7:15, we are organizing, our society is organizing an GCP awareness program amongst Ayurvedic manufacturers in Indore, Hotel Amar Vilas. So that will be hybrid program. We will be joining from Zoom also and physical also. And on my father's name, Dr. T.S. Sharma, we are providing 5 lifetime achievement awards, 1 posthumous and 4 live. This is just to inform.
Thank you, Pavanji. आप कहाँ पहुँच गए आप?
मैं अभी आधा घंटे में उज्जैन पहुँच जाऊँगा सर.
शाबाश, ये देखो, Pavanji on the way to Ujjain, and this is this new future connecting from around the world. हरीश जी टोरंटो से, हम तो बैठे हैं यहाँ यूके में, और आप तो है तिवारी जी नालंदा में, कुमार जी है BHU में. Namaskar. Thank you. I give the floor, with Pavanji's permission, I give the floor to Agnihotri ji. Agnihotri ji, pranam ji. Namaskar ji.
Namaskar sir. Thank you, Professor Madan ji. First of all, I congratulate Dr. Pawan Sharma ji on his 382nd webinar. And the great thing is this, that he is taking a circle or a round or a pradikshana from Calcutta to Mukteshwar to Mahakal to give the thanks from all of us for the achievements this our society got out of 382 webinars. So it's not only it's a record, but it's a thank giving also. It's our indebtedness that Pavanji is reaching to Mahakaleshwar to bow his head from all of us that this is the greatness of our Almighty who provided us this great occasion. Well, I was simply thinking that being two speakers, hardly two pieces of pages will be utilized. And now it is reached to the 10th. Of course, 10th, I wrote each and every word because I found that this is not only a great information, but also an honor to our great learned speakers. First of all, I am having a great pleasure that our today's
स्टूडेंट बिठा के कंपेंडियम बना दीजिए
सर पहले आप हम सबके लिए बोले आइए, सबके लिए प्रार्थना करके आशीर्वाद दीजिए। हम लोग तो कर रहे हैं जो भी है, बहुत कंसंट्रेट, we have to be very concentrated. So our greatest pleasure is that our both the speakers of today's webinar are BHU alumnus, and to their information, so is the case of for myself. I studied in BHU way back in 1980 to 83 and got my MD Ayurveda from BHU from Faculty of Indian Medicine, and remained 1 year senior resident there. So today's webinar, this chapter, the topic itself made me recapitulate so many of our students' life sake. For Professor Bimalendra Kumar sir, I would like to extend a few lines that in our Department of Basic Principles, Professor Jyotirmitra ji used to be there, and here's so many PhD scholars from other departments like AICH, like your Pali and Sanskrit department, Jyotish department, and philosophy department, sociology department, under Professor LB Guru sir, Professor S.C. Shukla sir, who was my supervisor, and also Dr. Professor Jyotirmitra ji. And one name is, I am recapitulating for my 50, almost 80, 30, 35 years memory, that she was Madam Sarita Honda, who did her work on, because I am remembering the title also, as Jyotirmitra, we were all together sitting and seeing all these things. Tripitak, in Tripitak literature or in Milind Pannak, what was the status of Heenan and Mahayan with a special reference to the health or Ayurvedic text? I'm still doing it. I may be wrong because I was just recapitulating. It is a matter of 82 or 81. So this was the work. Before that, when I had an occasion to go to Whitefield, Bangalore, way back in 1974, when I was a student, first student of BMS in Rishikul Ayurvedic College, Government Ayurvedic College, Haridwar, to attend the first international seminar on spirituality and Indian culture, organized by Satya Sai Baba of Prashanti Nilayam, Andhra Pradesh. There, I was taught with the great authorities like Professor V.K. Gokok, Professor S. Bhagwantam, Professor J. Krishnamurthy, Professor R.R. Divakar, and so many authorities were there. And there, with the support of Professor V.K. Gokok's one book I am remembering, the value orientation of Indian culture and spirituality and all that. In that, we were taught all the existing religions of world, I can say, Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, Sikhism, Buddhism, and all that. And there we were given for the first time these 4 starting points. There is sorrow, there are causes of sorrow, there is solution of sorrow, like this. So I used to say, when we talk in the meditation under the heading of Dinacharya, here during my 30 years of teaching of Swasthavatt, where I am the first person of Swasthavatt postgraduate from BHU in India involved. So I am keeping this concept very deeply. So I was listening just like a student, and I found not only find, I experienced that today it was an academic competition in between Kashi Hindu Vishwavidyalaya and Nalanda Vishwavidyalaya. It was an academic competition of BHU between Nalanda University. This is what my pleasure is. I was keeping mum since then, that let my time come. Then I will see that how you are holding up and up the flag of the not only the mankind, not only of Ayurveda, not only of Pali language, not only of Sanskrit, but overall not only of Buddhism, but overall of the humanity. This is what you did, and I have got all pleasure to see you and manage you. And it was one more my wonder, a person coming from Sanskrit language, a professor of Sanskrit language, he started full-fledgedly in English. It was my great pleasure. Then what will happen? I don't know what will happen. He has to, both the gentlemen are supposed to talk in regarding the Pali language, and Indian persons are also listening here. So what will be the theme of that? And one important thing, I'm haphazardly or amalgamatedly talking about you people, that at one place, Dr. Tiwari sir told that if the pranayam, when the time of garlands and mala was not there, how they were keeping this japa karma. So on the process of pranayam, they can jap this thing. But when I teach the students under the heading of Sandhopasan or meditation, that there is one verse, and Professor Tiwari sir understand it very well. Pranayam च कुर्वीत सूर्योपासन में विचा पश्चात गायत्री तो जपेत नित्यम पश्चात इष्ट में विचा. So the East is to be remembered at last. First, the priority is pranayam, because pranayam will give you the nadi suddhi. But now I will return. This was my preface of my concluding remarks. Now I will start. I will go back. So first of all, I would like to extend my regards and respect to all the great dignitaries who joined our platform of today's webinar. Is Professor Madan Thangvelu sir, Dr. Pawan Sharma sir, Dr. Jagdish Domaji, Dr. Preeti Banerjee ji, Professor Vishnu Prasad Sharma ji, Vaidya Jayesh Thakkar ji, Professor Sunita Pandey ji, Vaidya Rajan Patankar ji, Professor K.K. Dwivedi ji from Banaras, Dr. Rampal Somani ji, and Dr. Hari Sharma ji. So these all are our not only regular visitors, but also a great contributor as far as this academic process is going on for last, say, more than almost 2 years. So when the point started by Professor Madan Thangvelu ji, after the welcome address of BP Sharma sir, he touched the things, rather he stimulated you people that our knowledge is here, and how you are going to expand with the fullest of your approach. Till the Bangalore Whitefield location, I was simply thinking that Buddhism is a religion, and there are so many followers known as Bodh Bhikshu or Lama, and we visited when we came in BHU. Then Sachi, Sarnath, Bodh Bhikshu, these all I found this thing. Now I came to know with the help of Professor Jyotirmitra ji that it is also containing in the same way how to live. And all over the world, whenever there is a human being, he is living. So he has got a lifestyle, he has got a quest to live long, but at the same time, he is coming across to the abnormalities, the diseases. So there must be some sort of way out, the remedy. The same thing is there in Buddhism, and the topics or the literature which you named as Vaishajya Manjusha and all these disciplines which are there in text. And it is surprising to me that I think the role of historians are also important. I think the Kashi Hindu Vishwavidyalaya, BHU's history department is equally, I think, be involved for taking us, giving us more and more light. Because what I feel that as the time of King Ashoka, probably there was some sort of invasion or chances of invasion. So he sent Sanghamitra and his son to Sri Lanka and all that, not only for the preaching of Buddhism, but also to save the text, the knowledge in any form, whatever the form was there, Bhujpatra or whatever the literature in those days, because the printing press was not there. That's why it is remaining and it is available out there. So historians can give us better knowledge that how BHU has got the manuscript and other Pali language literature, and Nalanda is having, even Takshila might be having something, or our J&K library might be having something. Even I have visited Bhutan, I have visited Thailand. I found that it is prevailing. And there was my question also that after all, Buddhism pleads and says that ahimsa paramo dharma, and still they consume meat, which is coming from the assassination of the living animals I was a question, and I was replied in such a bad answer that you see, you are Indian and you killed Mahatma Gandhi ji. Now I stunned to listen this answer. So anyway, that is a personal choice. Otherwise, but as far as the Buddhism is concerned, and the deepest knowledge of Ayurveda, I think Pali is just near to Sanskrit language, because most of the time, where whatever shlokas you were mentioning, even the last shloka which you told that Sarve Bhavantu Sukhna, that is equal to Sarve Bhavantu Sukhna, or even otherwise, we have got our ID card of BHU. There, first shloka is there that Nattoham Kame Rajyam, Nacha Sargana Punarvam, Kamae Dukha Taptanam, Praninam Artinasnam. Then again the same thing is Praninam Artinasnam. So a person will be happy only then when he will be away from the diseases. So that was the great slogan along with our Kul Gita. So this shloka is also there in our ID card. So anyway, so your knowledgeful address was such a great presentation. I'm excited. I'm overexcited that if it is that much there, it is almost you were talking about our Ayurveda as such. And I don't know, because you are living in BHU, so that influence might be there. The essence of Ayurveda is always taking round to you. So many things. Professor Manan sir touched all these things, so I don't want to kill any more minutes in the same repetition. But great was that presentation. Now I come to our Tiwari sir program. Nalanda itself gives the same pleasure that I am Indian. Nalanda happens to ours. Though hard time it has seen, Nalanda and Takshila both seen the hard time, but it is still ours, and it is a pleasure that we are Indian and living in India. So in that way, it is a pleasure. And I do agree that Professor Mandan sir always has got all the affiliations and means pleasure that Indians treasure is a backbone of him. Whatever he talks, he is having a lot of backbone or a background information. So when you talked about this, I am just putting the point. When you talked about the Sparsh Chikitsa of that thing, I think this is equal to what that is touch therapy, not a penetration like acupuncture. It is acupressure can be put at the par. At the same time, Reiki is said to be the touch therapy. Reiki, which has got the new name, is the expression, and that is the intuition, that is the giving of, say, Shaktipat or whatever. And I would like to inform you that Professor Shuklaji, who has got the Shambhav Siddha, he just touched a couple from German when they visited to Professor Shuklaji, and the lady fall down, say 28, 30 years lady. Professor Shuklaji just scared that what happened. Then she told that I was unable to see anything. It was a great aura of fullest white beam, which was just touched my this head, and it was so powerful that I could not manage the balance, and I fall down. So that was, I have seen this type of direct and personal demonstration, or direct, say, this intrusion of the Shaktipat. So that is there, and no government, no constitution, and no package capsule, no ban can be put any ban on such type of activities, which are the inbuilt power of our saints, our Mahatmas, our great learners, and those who have done tapasya. Only they can do it. It is out of their own earning. Nobody can say, anybody can touch and it will happen. Of course, the mother is equally tapaswini. Mother is tapaswini. She pays full 280 days of her body for her progeny. So whenever she touches, it is definitely a more than a touch of, it's a godly touch, you can say. So Sparsh Chikitsa, that also definitely touched me to the deep. That if it is there in those days, in the Buddha, sorry to say that the Mahatma Buddha, he changed the life of Angulimala. He also changed the persons, those who were interrupting his life. But sorry to say that he also suffered, as you people told, that out of this, I should say, what is bacillary dysentery, and some lumbar pain, some katishul or raktatisar. So this is the human body. Anybody can suffer from any disease that happens. But before going for Mahaparinirvan, he gave so much of knowledge to his disciples that is still vital and still remains and is still giving our thirst, our quest to the completion. And I do hope that you will, as per the desire of Professor Madanji, how it can be tagged out, how this network can be done with the help of the Dr. Harish Sharma sir, our Sanskrit department, our history department, AICH department, even Jyotish department, and also from the lamas of Sarnath, our Dalai Lama. You see, in 1985, here in Chaurungi, Calcutta itself, when our first international conference was inaugurated, the chief guest was the chief physician of Dalai Lama, organized by Dr. S.K. Agrawal sir. So, and the other conference was inaugurated in AIMS in the same 1985. That was inaugurated by our Tulsi Muniji, who was conferred the Mrs. Gandhi, Indira Gandhi Shanti Puruskar for his work. Pragya Chakshu, Pragya Gyan, or here Vipassana. So our Indian culture has got so many ways, means, pati, matantar, but the thing is this, Sarve Bhan Sukhna. And this is our closing of our words. So thank you very much. I greet you all for your wonderful presentation. I thank for the opportunity given to me for making my few words as a final comments to you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, good night to everybody.
अग्निहोत्री जी, थैंक यू सो मच. हमारी तरफ से खाली एक ही स्लाइड है. And this is the one slide.
That's true.
And this
परिक्रमा पूरा हो रहा है, पहुंचने वाले हैं हमारे प्रमोद शर्मा जी.
And this is
he has entered in the Ujjain Kali Mahakali Nagari.
I hope this
he posted me a few good pictures at about 5:30 or so. Then I came to know that he is there.
Okay.
This distills our spirit. Thank you again. We look forward to Tiwari ji, Kumar ji. We look forward to your guidance to keep this program, to strengthen us as we go along. And we have many other.
Thank you.
Shubhratri.
Thank you. Shubhratri. Shubhratri.
Shubhratri.
Thank you ji. Thank you. Agnihotra ji, namaskar ji. Good night.
नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार. शर्मा जी कह रहे थे मैनेज कर लेना, मना लेना. मैंने कहा फॉर श्योर, और वो इक्वल उनकी एक्सपेक्टेशन से बढ़िया मैनेज हो गया. यही एकेडमी का प्लेजर है.
बिल्कुल. एंड हाईएस्ट क्वालिटी. बहुत तिवारी जी, बहुत धन्यवाद.
बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि हम लोग अपनों में से ही हैं, चाहे बात किसी भी करें. बहुत ही अच्छा लगा, बहुत अच्छा. आपने तो हमें नालंदा की यादें दिला दी कि हम नालंदा भी हमारे विश्व में, हमारे देश में हुआ करता था. विश्व के मानस पटल पर आज भी है. बहुत
ये हम लोगों के लिए गर्व की बात है कि हम लोग ऐसे देश के वासी हैं, नागरिक हैं, यहाँ नालंदा, तक्षशिला, उदंतपुरी, विक्रमशिला एक्सेट्रा, देयर आर मेनी हम लोग हैं. पूरे विश्व से लोग आते थे पढ़ने के लिए.
आज भी
विद्यालय शब्द जो है विश्वविद्यालय का है. विश्व का अर्थ है सभी, सर्व, और विद्या का आलय, घर. तो ऐसे जो है विश्वविद्यालय तो है ही, सारे पूरा विश्व ही.
हमारे कुलगीत में आता है सर्व विद्या की राजधानी, मधुर मनोहर अति सुंदर है सर्व विद्या की राजधानी. है सर्व विद्या. आज तरह नहीं, मतलब छोटे छोटे प्राइमरी स्कूल जो है चटसाल, वो विश्वविद्यालय बन जा रहे हैं. प्राइवेट विश्वविद्यालयों ने ऐसा कमाल किया है, कहीं ना फैकल्टी है, ना बिल्डिंग है, ना एरिया है, और विश्वविद्यालय, मतलब उन्होंने विश्वविद्यालय के पैरामीटर को इतना प्राइमरी पाठशाला पर लाके डाउन कर दिया है. चलिए, जो भी है, अल्लाह देश है.
समय के अनुसार सब ठीक है. देश काल और परिस्थिति.
हाँ, पॉपुलेशन बहुत हो गई है, सभी को तो बीएचयू में एडमिशन और तक्षशिला में एडमिशन मिल नहीं सकता.
देश काल और परिस्थिति का है ना कि हम लोग कहाँ बैठे हुए हैं और जुड़ गए. ये सब देश काल परिस्थिति की योग है. तो हर जगह हमें इस चीज को विचार करके चलना है,
बिना खर्चे के, बिना वीजा के. जी, चलिए,
नमस्कार जी, नमस्कार. गुड नाइट. बहुत धन्यवाद. अग्निहोत्री जी, नमस्कार.